The Castro.
This call.
Hey, buddy, what's going on, man? Is this Paul Enslaved?
Yeah, it's Paul Enslaved.
Dude, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I just heard the recording in the background. You recording this call?
All my calls are recorded, Paul. You know that. I don't ever not record a call because there's so many fucking trolls out there in the world.
I know. There's so many trolls, man.
People who don't care about anything other than being famous or being known or trying to step on me so people talk about them.
Well, that's kind of what you do, right? I don't understand the difference. I mean, you claim to be a scholar. You don't stand on truth, rights, and freedom. You demean everyone who does. You try to use your disempowered base to this gets funny to you?
I think you're funny, bro.
Why am I funny?
Well, because you turned into a joke. I
turned into a joke? Why? Because I actually do what you sell tickets to do and then show up and cry at court and embarrass everyone?
Blah, blah, blah. Paul, you don't understand, man.
Why are you so scared to face me or the truth?
I have a following, Paul.
I know you have a following. You're everything you just claimed. You just want to be famous. You just want money and numbers. You don't give a fuck about the country, rights, or freedom. You're an agent.
Really? So what I don't want to do is walk people into jail with idiotic ideas.
Well, you walked yourself into jail with idiotic ideas. We all saw you at court cry like a bitch after saying you hate cops and do a 160. You haven't seen me do that yet.
180. Why are you so mad, Paul?
Well, why am I so mad? I'm passionate for truth and I'm oriented toward justice. Two things you're not.
I sound like you're mad, bro.
Well, I mean, if I am mad, shouldn't I be mad that a bunch of grifting, lying scum are detracting or trying to demean or devalue a movement that good people are on while you do nothing to help yourself or the rest of this land, but use a power base to get you money and numbers?
Are you referring to me as grifting, lying scum?
Yeah, what have you done for rights and freedom, principles, spiritual faith, the law, other than cry at court, say you hate cops, and pretty much be known as a clown joke agent by everyone who's really living this shit?
I have, just off the top of my head, I've bailed 15 people out of jail. They really don't think that way about
you
me.
Bailed people out of jail? So you made contracts with the state to get people out of what they got themselves into. More abdication of responsibility and accountability. Great stuff.
Oh, so
how about teaching them how to uphold the law and secure their rights, freedom, principles, and property? Did you ever think of that, law scholar guru?
What's the purpose of this call, man?
What's the purpose of this call is I'm restreaming you embarrassing yourself, playing videos of children. You keep saying you're my friend and my buddy. Didn't I tell you the last time we've never been friends? Didn't I tell you that last time that we've never been friends? I was friendly with you because we were supposedly aligned in rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith till you completely went left. Now you're accusing me of doing that, but that's you. I've never changed anything that I do. I'm the one with all the results, not selling nothing.
Oh, I get it. I'm on a live stream right now so you can get content.
It's not get content. You are the content. Your loser failuredom and cowardice has been the content. I've called you, bro, I've called you 2 or 3 times so far in a live stream and you never get back to me or answer because you're shook to death. You're shook to death of the truth. I got you running scared. That's the way it's supposed to be.
I always pick up your calls if I see the phone ringing.
Oh, please. So the last 2 times I called on the live stream, you didn't see the call and never got back to me? Just like Brian didn't too after he scheduled a broadcast with me. You guys are punk cowards. And you all keep saying you're my friend because we did a couple things together. How are we friends? I don't trust you. I don't respect you. You don't stand for nothing. You cuck up and bitch up and you're an embarrassment. You think I'd be friends with someone like that who lies and grifts on an audience?
This little rant you're doing is going to be really good for your content, bro.
Thank you. It is going to be great content. I'm putting you on record. I didn't come in this to be a Greco-Roman wrestler. That's one thing you brought up. I didn't come in this for the numbers and the money. You brought that up. I didn't come in this to do sit-ups and pull-ups and dips. I came into this for rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. And I'm doing an image that's not authentically you to your audience. You can get more money and numbers and hold it over other people's head and then try to lead into how you gave me a platform. You, Brian and David, claim to be patriots, claim to be lawful, upholding the law, claim to be about rights and freedom. By bringing me on, you gave your audience what you can't give them with all 3 of you in the room. You didn't do a favor for me. You did your audience a favor. You finally gave them access to look at and listen to a man who honors himself and the land and the truth and walks the shit he talks, unlike all 3 of you. See how that works? How about you come on panel and stop being a bitch?
I'm not your content, bro.
You are the content. What do you mean you're not the content? You're the content right now.
Great, because you called me up and ambushed me like a punk.
I called you 3 or 4 times so far, and the last time we talked, you, like Brian, make plans and don't stand on it.
You call yourself the white gorilla. You should call yourself the white chumpzilla.
I'm not a chump. That's you. You cried at court and bitched up. I got another dismissal 3 months ago with gun charges, and now I'm suing them with a handwritten claim. You ain't no legal lawful scholar. You're a fraud and a bitch. And I'll meet up with you and tell you to their face you're a fraud and a bitch. I ain't the chump. That's you. Why don't you go beg your audience to buy another 1,000 trifolds so you can waste another 200,000, ask another man to talk for you at court, law scholar.
Do the math on 200 trifolds, bro. Yeah, playboy, do the math on 200 trifolds. Do it. I got an idea, Paul. Make a trifold selling the idea not to use a driver's license.
I got an idea. Stop being a bitch and destroying your legacy with all the real ones when you could have been a leader and an asset, but you cocked the fuck up. You're not a leader. You're the blind leading the blind. You're the coward leading the cowards.
Why is it, do you think, that I have the following that I have?
I already answered that. Why is it? Let me put it to you like this, decastrated. Decastrated. You're not going to tell me the reason. You're imposing your own reason. Why does Bill Gates have more of a following than me? Why does Donnie Trump have more of a following than me? Why does Anthony Fauci have more of a following than me? For the same reason you do, dummy.
Following anymore, Paul, because you beat people up and you're horrible person.
No, it's because I call you beta males out and hold you accountable and responsible, and you run from that everywhere in your life. And I get to play the bad guy. I get to play the bad guy, but stand on truth and what's right. I love it.
You want to run a mile?
I love it.
If you want to do pull-ups, I can dominate.
Pull-ups? Wait a second. Now you're going to pull-ups? First you went to money. Now you're going to pull-ups. How about doing what we both said that we do? How about, now here you go. Now you want to make physical threats about you being a wrestler. How about we stick to, hey, insecure bitch-ass motherfucker. I know you could hold me down, just like you were crying at court, right? How about decastrated, right? It's great content. Show who and what you really are. I love it. Now you're threatening me with physical harm. So how about we stand on, I know you could dominate me, but guess what? Any challenge I name, how about go to court and not submit all your rights and cuck up and cry and be a bitch? Oops.
I'm gonna get 7 figures for what they did to me.
7 figures. And you're going to hire another man to do it for you, law scholar. Any competition you want. You already lost the main competition. Standing on rights and freedom and litigating at court. You failed beyond belief. You didn't dominate me or anyone else. You got dominated and slaved the fuck up, and you cucked up and cried. And you called your mama Brian every day you were back there to cry about how you didn't have your comforts. You're the biggest bitch ever. Who you kidding you're going to wrestle me and beat me up? I'm done with you, DeCastro. Get on the panel right now or you're a bitch. Next time I come over there, you let me up or you're a bitch. You ain't going to sit here and take this through. You're boring me. You're boring me. You already destroyed your legacy. You already showed who and what you are. Your numbers are 1/10 of what they used to be. So keep crying about how much money and numbers you got. You were real desperate behind the wall to get green dots. You can't be doing too good. I wasn't crying online last couple times I went to jail for green dots to get out. You're a fascist statist collectivist traitor. You cite other men's works for where you get your understanding of God and the law. You're a fascist statist. You ain't an American. You ain't our countryman.
Didn't I try to raise you up?
I didn't. Well, there you go again. Because you gave me a platform to talk the real shit that I'm doing that you're not doing. You did something for me? No, you gave your audience what you should be giving them that you can't give them. I'm sorry, you're such an effeminate bitch who has no passion or truth in you.
I like it. You have people on your panel and then you cut them down.
No, I expose them for who and what they are. There's a difference. See, you're a victim now. I'm bullying you while you just said you're going to beat me up. I'm bullying you now with the truth by exposing you for who and what you are, and I'm cutting you down, right? You're a victim? No, I'm talking about who and what you are and the record and the facts.
You're not capable of bullying me, bro.
I don't need to bully you. Ann Zimmerman bullied your bitch ass at court. You were crying and begging for forgiveness.
Think about this, man. This is great content for you, dude.
I know it is. It's great content.
You're so welcome, bro.
Oh, thank you, bro. You finally answered the phone and stopped being a complete bitch and answered for who and what you are.
My nuts, I can see you right now. My nuts down there. I see your little white girl.
Your nuts are so small. Your nuts are so small with what you showed at court. No one can ride on them.
Take a bong rip, bro.
Take a bong rip, bro.
Let yourself go, bro.
Yeah.
Let yourself go.
Why don't you suck on this? Why don't you suck on this pipe like you want to do, like you were excited to do at jail, bending over for everybody?
I don't smoke dope, dude. The reason why I don't smoke.
No, not that pipe. The pipe you want to put in your mouth with them red glasses, Fruity.
Back in the lab through that crack screen glow. White gorilla on the mic like a blacksmith blow. Proper instruction on the air for 1,000 nights. Every sunrise still swinging, realigning they sights. I was talking about freedom, they was talking about fame. I was talking about spirit, they was counting they change. Agents in the comments, trolls in the feeds. But you can't cuff God, you can't cage what's free. Return of the white gorilla. They tried change, tried darts, tried slander and filler, but the word came wild, straight flame God's river. You can't stop what's forever, it's bigger, it's bigger. Proper instruction on the line every day. Through the doubt, through the drought I stayed. They threw mud, through noise, through shade at my name, but the infinite voice still cut through the game. Yeah, every broadcast they wanted war in the wires. They was spamming up the chats, I was fanning up fires. Laughing at the smear, I done heard it all twice. If they crucify truth, what they gon' do to advice? I ain't bowed to the sponsors, ain't been to the trends. Spoke life to the lonely, put steel in their spines again. Haters pray that I break, that the stream will go blank. But the source never sleeps and I drink from that tank. Through thick and thin, I stayed on cold. Blood in my throat, but I stayed on gold. They wanted me silent, wanted me tame, but I carry what's endless, you can't box that name. Return of the white gorilla, they
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. Well, my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was rolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Yeah. Fighting just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All this jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, now I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. instruction, know the less people, proper instruction, know the less. Gorilla, proper instruction, know the less people, proper instruction, know the less. Gorilla, gorilla.
Hello, hello. All right, there we are. So we had the Paul and Decastrated intro today, extended version. A memorable moment, of course, with myself and Mr. Chile de Castro. We're still testing. We're running dual streams. If you guys didn't know, which seems like it at times can work against me, especially since we're heavily censored and shadow banned as of late. We had a good run there. We were doing well there. Everything was cool. But that seems to be the nature of the beast, right? So when we go late like this, when we go impromptu like this, and then when we split the stream, it's not a good prognosis for breaking into the algorithm. But I already kind of decided tonight, even though I've been feeling relatively pain-free considering what was going on, relatively inspired, we're going to I'm going to tend to slow roll it. You know how I can do, regardless of the time of day or year and what else is going on. When we start getting into breaking slave news and, rights and freedom or lack thereof, sovereign citizenry, auditing and all the rest of it, I get riled up, as you saw in that clip. And again, Mr. DeCastro and others don't seem to understand. This isn't about the content. The content on here is the content in here, right? This is real shit. This is real YNs doing real things, as they say on the ground, right? It hit different, bro. I'm starting to watch Vlad TV and these other, platforms because they're in my algorithm. So I'm picking little things up that the young people like, right? So this isn't about like ambush journalisming you and trying to bully you and beat up on you because I need content. There's content all day, every day, man. Have you looked around this place? The simulation where we live at, right? There's no shortage of content. You looked around in here, no shortage of content, right? Let's really get really real with ourselves and each other. So this is about putting who and what I am and the truth on record. This is about making a statement, about letting myself, reminding myself and everybody else, the other self out here, know what this is all about, right? So again, you'll find a lot of times in life, folks like to project. Oh, it's all about the getting famous and the money and numbers and the content. That too. Sade is, I think she's off tonight. She may have a different shift. She might be taking a nap. Oh no, there she is. She just has her own sense of timing, right? That is you. So, yeah, right? Like there's those who only do this because they got money, numbers, a bunch of duped out followers, and they like parasitic and suck various forms of power and value as a resource. Universal sucking sign right here, parasitic sign. And then there's those of us who from day one, like 12 years old, once we started growing a dick and balls, beyond what was already there, it's not growing it because they'll get confused. They don't have it and they'll think that we can grow it because I misspoke. Let me correct that. The dick and balls we had started to really like gestate and develop. Is that a good word for it? Really started to like come into beingness. You started to come to the age of reason and sexual maturity. You start to get testosterone and become this uncivilized, unsophisticated, wild and free creature, right? It's like since day one living this, looking around and going, yous are all lying, yous are all frauding, yous are all grifting. These are all doing fascism and corporatism and calling it something other than what it is. Don't tell me about content. See, there's content and then there's content. I haven't been content in this motherfucker since day one. And not only because of what's going on out there, because of what's going on in here. But that's a whole other story. We talk about that from time to time, especially when it comes down to the upbringing, right? I could argue logically, morally, ethically, responsibly, that with the world the way that it is and how we are the way that we are, if you look backward and look forward to where it's going, we shouldn't be content. We should be concerned on multiple levels, right? If you care about what's true and what's right and being of service here and making the world and yourself better than the way that you came upon it, right? And others came upon it. That's a big if. Okay. So I think the bottom line here is, again, back to 12 years old, looking around and Paulie boy asking some questions and not getting the answers. What he come to find out is that most people aren't content here either. But more importantly, they just don't care to really seek the truth, to be set free and do what's right, because they got other things they're going to do here. Put the rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith to the background, because let's get into it. We're late night. Why not? Why am I even thinking about censoring myself? As if me being nice, kind, and polite is ever going to be acceptable and receivable when we talk about harsh, challenging truth. We're going to fuck bitches and get money. We're going to pop shit on the side of the road and act like we're the man. So we got to really stand for something, right? That's what got us here. So that's the new line, is that's what's got us here. All of it. Just look at them, ask them what they do, check the stats and the scoreboard and the track record, and remind ourselves that's what got us here. Okay? So money, numbers, people following when I'm truly leading because they need to lead in themselves and lead others. That's true leadership on all levels. That's not parasitic following, enslaving. Cool. That's all good and great. I didn't come into this for that. I don't continue this for that. When the day comes where I take my audience down to 0 people because I am insufferable at times, I will continue to be me and do what I do and what God put in my heart beyond that. If that ever comes, hopefully, faithfully, that's never a thing. Okay. But I live a life where I prepare for that, right? If necessary. I live a life where I understand that a lot of times what the Christed beingness showed us in the story is when you care, when you really care, and you understand what God has put on you, that for this to change, we got to give our life over to this. That's a different game, right? That's what the Christed beingness and scripture shows us. That's a different lesson and a different energy. And what it reveals to us is that more oftentimes than not, we got to give everything up to be given everything back. All the people, places, and things and ways of the world. That's a different level of sacrifice and commitment, right? That's not for you. And that's not for most people. And that's why I say where we are at this time in history, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, isn't for you because you don't care enough to really dedicate yourself and sacrifice yourself when necessary for what's true and what's right. And I'm looking at and talking to me too to remind me that I need to do that and be that as well. That's what this broadcast is, among other things. It's fucking 10 things and more, and none of it all at the same time. This is a mirror here. You don't see it on my side, but when I do the broadcast, it's like me looking into a mirror talking to me. Sit there and tell me about bullying and all the rest of it. 3/4 of the time when I come here, I'm looking at me in the mirror and I'm talking to the bitch ass motherfucker in me. While I still got the evidence on record of me going beyond all of you content creators and fake grifters. Encouraged, not because it's easy, because it needs to happen. I don't like it. I spend many nights wondering what's going to happen next time I go back to this shit, because the last 2 years, creation sat me the fuck down. Once again, most likely because of what I did and didn't do with my body and all the rest of it. But guess what? Life goes on. And we got to get back to it. And that means I'm going to be traveling with no license, registration, insurance, and plates and carrying guns. So that means I'm putting my life and future on the line. Not because I like it, not because I want to, because I understand it needs to fucking happen. Because all this shit out here that I see, all this complaining and whining and yapping and liking, sharing, subscribing with no fucking action, it's going nowhere. Okay? And it doesn't matter how many people you get who ain't doing shit watching. It don't matter how many of those people give you cash back by nothing. It don't matter what you feel about you in the situation, everybody else in between. What matters is the truth and us being set free and the idea of cause and effect. And there is no way to God unless you die or go to hell first, right? They're like the old cliche says back east, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die first, right? So again, maxim in law for all you legal scholars out there, your credibility is proportional to your sacrifice. I didn't even know that was a maxim. Every time I go study the maxims, I pull up another 100 of them, I go through them, another one hits me right in the face. I go, there it is again. There's the game, non-game again. There's the animating contest of liberty again. You wonder why when you show up everywhere in your life, nobody fucking takes you serious. I don't give a fuck what these cowards and clowns do. That's the thing. You're supposed to be checking on who the real people are checking on. You don't check on who the cowards and the dupes are checking on. They don't matter. Their vote doesn't count, right? So, yeah, that's why when you show up in these venues, especially with professional hitters, because that's what folks at court are. They're professional hitmen. Don't give a fuck about what you think and how you feel. They want to know who and what you are and what you're about. Just like when you get them movies. See, you need to get this imagery in your head. This is dark Pauly boy. We're doing just like them people at court do. The mirror, the dark reflective mirror. Just like when you get dragged out somewhere because you were ratting and being a coward and you dishonored the code, and they drag you out into the desert somewhere and they ask you, what the fuck did you do? Go ahead and tell us, because all the games are over right here, right now. You know it and we know it. And now you gotta bare your soul, right? And they're gonna make a determination on whether you live and die. You better hope you're living right. You better hope when you go to open your fucking fat mouth, you were running on the side of the road, that something comes out of there from your soul to touch the spirits of these motherfuckers in this room. Okay? Because if not, you're going away. See, that's all this is about. Don't tell me about civilized and sophisticated when it's the same exact process replicated at court as it is when the cartel takes your bitch ass, ratting ass, can't follow the code ass that you signed up for ass, that you made a whole bunch of money and got laid for ass. When it's time to answer for all that ratting you did that you weren't supposed to do because you signed up for something you couldn't handle, right? And all the stealing you did because you thought that Paco and Pedro wasn't going to notice a couple grams gone, and all the rest of it. You better hope you were living right. You better hope you honored the code. You better hope you speak from your soul and that they believe you, because if not, you're going away. What makes you think if courting, just like when you're with your bitch, yeah, I'm going to get uppity tonight. See, I intended to be peaceful and reserved, but it can't happen when I'm inspired. Your bitch is going away too. It's all going away. Because Lady Liberty, your culture and your society is going away. You know why? Because you don't stand for nothing. You don't honor the fucking code, yourself, your family, your lineage. And when it's time to open your mouth and speak from your soul, we don't really feel it because you ain't really about it. So you're going away. Okay? And that's your choice. We all get a choice here. Till we don't. That's what I love about this simulation, right? It's choice, non-choice, like so many paradoxes. We get a choice to do what's true and what's right here. Go past our fears and faith, practice courage, be free and brave. Or we can ignore that and be arrogant about it. Think it's all going to be okay. And then at some point, it's all coming home to roost. And we know you bitch-ass motherfuckers are going to be whining and crying about it the whole way. And I'm not going to listen to it. If I ever live through some extreme event like we've seen in history, by the way, we're already seeing it. We're so fucking adapted to sickness. We already seen part of it, lockdowns and genocide programs. If I ever live through an event where I have to get taken and I live through it, they come and get me and I willingly go because we're going to play out what God has a will for me. And we got to go sit in some concentration camp somewhere. and wait to be fucking gulagged and genocided like happens on every land and every time in history, I don't want to hear a fucking peep out of you. You're going to think I'm your worst fucking nightmare back there. I don't want to hear it, bro. I was right here trying to love you. I was right here putting it all on the line with you and for you. I was riding on something above and beyond all of us, because nobody's above and beyond the program, right? If and when the time comes that we got to live out what happens invariably and inevitably, I'm telling you, I don't want to hear you when you sob and you cry, do it into your fucking pillow or whatever potato sack they give you, because I don't want to fucking hear it. This is our time now. Like it always is. By then, it's too late. Because we all want to stay safe and do what we're told to do, because if we don't comply and don't cooperate, something bad's going to happen to us. I got news for everybody. If you do cooperate and comply, something really bad's going to happen to you. Go ask the hoes on the stroll, getting human trafficked and pimped out and genocided on drugs. Yeah. Because holographic and reflective. There is no separation. The whole world is pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. Time to come out of her, my people. Okay, let's get to it. So I looked up, because I wanted to be clickbaity. You know, since we get censored and shadow banned, I want to try to break through the algorithm. You know, my little competitions. You know how I am. I can be competitive. So this guy that I talked to a few times came up. I think his name is Lewis, or there's a bunch of these guys. I've seen them all, or I've talked to them all briefly. So I used that thumbnail, and then I went and searched his video. I figured we'll watch it, see where it goes, because in the thumbnail you could see that he's very animated and excited. He's not doing a broadcast; he's at court. Okay, so we also have to remind these people that when you go to court, it kind of is, but it isn't. It's another one of those things. That's why I do the thing, non-thing, right, with everything, because I see both sides of it. Kind of is a broadcast, because you're broadly casting out the energy and the spirit. You're casting out the demons as well, right? But the broadcast of the spelling and the sorcery and the energy is like quantum physics magic in a sense, right? So like anywhere that I go with this spirit and this energy tapped into it, expressing it, I am broadcasting in a sense. Casting spells, if you want to look at it that way. I don't, you know, I'm doing the wordplay a little bit, but I don't consider myself technically like I'm doing voodoo or sorcery or magic or any of that shit. But yeah, so just kind of because we've done this before, we know how these things always go. We see that people come here in other places, they get inspired. They say, "You're right, Paulie boy," and yeah, I'm starting to really feel it and get tapped back in. And you know, I don't want to be a coward. I want to be free and all the rest of this. Cool. Remain in honor and good faith too. You want to do a broadcast for effect? And again, I'm riding the line too, gambling, because I got to make sure DHS and all these people know when I come on here, I'm in the zone. It's game time. It's like putting me in the ring. It's courting, non-courting, because I'm not taking no prisoners here when I do this. When I come on here and do this, it's a different energy. It's Mike Tyson in his 20s, right after a hit of crack. I'm not taking no fucking prisoners. When we go to court, it's a solemn event. It's a reverent event. I'm in honor and good faith. Peace is my greatest power. My true care is what's going to get me through this along with my faith. I don't need to get loud. Getting loud would only detract from who and what I am and what I'm doing. I don't need to get uppity and combative. A man of God, a man whose peace is his power, understands being combative is not the answer. We're here to win without fighting. We're here to reveal that these people are beaten before we started. Okay? This is the paradox, once again, of being a war master. A war master lives so long because he learns how to fight without fighting. He learns how to avoid unnecessary battles as well. See? The guy like this guy, I guarantee it, I haven't seen it, but I guarantee when we play it based on the thumbnail, a guy like this who wants to show up in these venues and pop shit like the Castro and write checks he can't cash, he's the same motherfucker that'll be whining in the back when the cameras are off, right? Because you wanted to try to pop shit and be a player, and you ain't ready for that outcome. That's not what this is. Go to court like you go to war. What does it speak? It doesn't speak anything. What does it read in the Tao? When the master of war has to go to war because he has no other choice, he does so with solemnity. It's a solemn event. He goes with reverence. He goes knowing that potentially on the other side of this, he's going to have to kill or be killed. So this isn't we're going to get in our pride and ego. We're going to get uppity and inspired in that sense, right? In that form of spirit. Because we're going to simulate warfare, right? Okay, let's say it is a simulation of warfare. The best fight is no fight at all. How to win without fighting. How to have them beaten before we start, right? So again, a lot of you folks like to go to court. You think that's where you're going to act like a child and act out. You think you're going to try to prove something to them and argue with them. That's not what we're there for. This is who and what I am. This is what I'm not. This is what I'm willing to do. This is what can happen. This is what's going to happen now. Or I surrender in faith. Show me my cell. There's nothing else to do or be said. They've seen it and heard it all. They're not interested. The more that you try to chirp and pop shit and act out there and resist, the more they know you ain't got it, just like I do. The day comes that you got it, you're going to be cold as ice, right to the point. All that other shit is when you don't got it. When you got the goods, right? You don't have to do all that other shit. See, they want to go to court and act like attorneys and put on a performance. You want to be a bit performative? The broadcast is the place for that. There, and even here, I would argue the best performance is no performance. You got to tap into some. Same way at court. Best game is no game. We don't need to yell and scream. That's going to take away from the point. We're going to get right into an inspired, passionate energy that's also reserved. The word is reserved. It's spelled reserved. We're in service here. Here's who and what I am. Here's what it's not. Here's what needs to happen. If it doesn't happen, then we surrender in faith. No threats communicated. No long paragraphs. No need to ask them, are you under your oath and honoring your oath and all the rest? What do you care? What's the difference? You're already here now, boy. See, this is the other thing too. And I had it revealed to me at one point. If you really had any mind and heart and balls on you and you understood this was all voluntary and contractual, and you understood that statute, policy, and code isn't law, it only given the force of law to the consent of the governed Declaration of Independence, you wouldn't show up at or in their court at all. Because you got no business there. That's a whole other story we could talk about that I've done half the time just to see how it goes. I've done it a bunch of different ways just to see how it goes. Because there's many ways to skin a slave. So yeah, I'm not there to be belligerent. I'm not there to be combative. You want to be belligerent and combative? Do it on your broadcast. No, they want to go on their broadcast. Be nice, kind, and polite with a bunch of dupes and slaves. No, be belligerent and combative here. Slap these slaves upside their head. Remind them of what the fuck we're all doing here. Belligerent and combative is not for court, dude. Reserved. Peace is your power. Faith is your power. Trust in the word is your power. The word is right there on paper and in your heart. If you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing. And if you got that, it doesn't matter what they got because you didn't create a victim. You didn't do loss, injury, and harm. That means you didn't do wrong. That means you didn't commit a crime. That means the rest of this shit is colonization and culting. It's not for me. Guys, this is the energy of it. Guys, I'd love to be part of your cute little cult here. Seems like it's going great. 40 trillion in debt. Great corporation. Flags, trumpets, endless wars, human trafficking, the whole deal. I'd love to fucking be part of it. But I got this thing called conscience. God put it in me. And that means now I got a religious claim. And that's the first line of the Constitution because there's a Constitution on paper and there's a Constitution in here. Which one do you defer to? And if you tell me the one on paper, I'm going to tell you that's why you're going to jail in slavery, because you got the mind and heart of a slave. This is the real Constitution. Everything on paper is an effect of the cause. See? So you got to free the mind and heart first before the ass will follow. If you want your ass to be free and your mind and heart is enslaved, they're going to see you just like I see you, and they're going to give you what for. That's justice, by the way. You just don't like how it's administered when you all come here to live in society and play God on all sides. Well, that's how it goes. You don't like Luciferianism? Don't fucking be one. Tired of these motherfuckers complaining about what they're doing to you. They reflect you and you don't want to look at it. Go back to scripture and look at what the Luciferian archetype is, and you will see the left wing and the right wing and all of you statists who you pay tax to and comply with. It's all Luciferianism. And not only are you not trying to civilly disobey and opt out, you comply with it and beg for it and then tell me to shut up and not talk about the truth and try to better myself and others and rise to the occasion, right? That's a fucking problem for you. Okay? So, again, no point once you get to the battleground or to the burial ground to pop shit and get uppity and act out. Your time to use your inspiration is here and now. Stand on something. Be about something. When you go there, it's a solemn event. We're there to put the facts on record and say, now take me, God, and whoever wants to play God here, because you ain't going to physically fight him anyway. Why you popping shit and getting loud when you ain't going to do nothing? Just like they do on the internet. No, it's I'm kneeling before God right now in your presence because you said I did wrong. And I'll beg anybody here for forgiveness and mercy if I did him wrong. Just bring him in. Oh, you can't? Something must be wrong at this court. I must be at the wrong court. This must not be a lawful court. I don't know. But okay, I'm going to stand mute. I'm going to surrender in faith. You say I did wrong. You can't bring no one forth to claim that. I don't see that I did wrong under my God. Whatever the fuck you do to me from here on out is on you. The same way Jesus showed up for himself and everybody else, you motherfuckers are going to have to show up for yourself and everybody else in your culture and society, unless you want it to be run by Mammon and Molech and Baal with a bondage, Baal bond, because you want to be in bondage to Baal. It's all right there every fucking time. Synagogue of Shaitan. And again, I'd love to be on the side of the people all the way and say, oh, it's so sad. You guys tried your best and you really upheld your rights and freedom and they did you so dirty. You didn't do none of that. What you put out is what you get back. You want to act like a coward and a child and a slave? They're going to treat you like one. That's an old saying. Not even a child. Children don't do none of this shit. Children don't vote for masters. Children don't beg. The scripture says, become like a child again to enter the kingdom of heaven. What does a child say? You can't tell me what to do. Go ask this kid out here, Ramiro's little son. He's at that age already. 4 fucking years old. Spirit's already activated him. Everybody around him. No. Why? See it right there. There it is in your face. That's the bane of every tyrant's existence. No. Why? And you know what everyone answers? Parents and state alike? You can hear it right now, can't you? Because I said so. There it is. Every time. Become like a child again to enter the kingdom of heaven. Jesus wasn't nice, kind, and polite. He came with a care in his heart and a sword from his tongue to cut through your bullshit and remind you to serve God and stop being a slave to these motherfuckers. That's it. And it starts right there at 3 and 4 years old. No. Why? Well, that's never stopped with me. That's the difference. Holy boy is very childish in that way. Just like the scripture tells us to be. I'm arguing we need a little bit more of that childishness around here. No, I'm not doing what you tell me just because you tell me. Why? I want an answer and a reason, and I'm going to make a determination if it's right for me or not. Oh boy, does that scare the pants off everybody who wants to control and dominate. What do they always tell you, parents and state alike? It's for your safety, Junior. Right. No, it ain't. Sometimes it is. Most times it ain't. You just want a motherfucker to be under your control because your life goes easier. Not our problem. It's a you problem. Your life wasn't meant to fucking be easy here if you haven't noticed. Wake up call. Adversity makes men and women. Prosperity makes monsters. Guy wants to get on the phone with me yesterday and tell me all about me and what life is. Paul, you ain't happy. Not all the time, I'm not. Is life all about coming here to be happy? I see a lot of happy, cowardly motherfuckers who don't stand for nothing and don't serve nothing. So I don't think so. I think life is about, at times, experiencing fulfillment and happiness because we know we rose to the occasion and we were being and doing what we're meant to be and do. To serve a purpose here, as men especially. Whole generation of men want to talk and act like a bunch of bitches. Come to this realm in slavery and genocide, surrounded by what they manifested and created and tell me about. But Polly boy, we just want to be comfortable and safe and happy. You know when you'll be the most comfortable, safe, and happy? When you're 6 feet in the fucking ground. Because you won't have to deal with nothing here that you've created. Because you'll be in a box. That's real fucking safe with dirt on top of you. Real comfortable because they got a lot of padding in them fucking caskets. And you could sit in a prone position all day, every day. Laid down real fucking comfortable. Let the dead bury the dead again. I want to come here to a life and not live the truth and way. Is it a life at all? Are you really living? Yeah, we got Walking Dead, people. We already got a zombie apocalypse. You want to talk about what life really is? What the sig nature is? Let's get to the video. I just did almost an hour rapping from my heart, what's usually on my heart. Same 5, 10, 15 or less power value dynamics. Let's get to some sovereign citizenry. Questions, comments, concerns? M. Davis is in the chat. I have a special bond with M. Davis. I'm almost a reverse racist where like I have a special bond with black people like M. Davis. Part of it is because he's black. I'm not going to deny it. I don't know what that is. I think something happened at some point. I got confused and think I'm black. That's what they tell me. So I got confused. It's like when you take the animal out of the nest and it gets raised by another animal, the deer thinks it's a fucking leopard and vice versa, right? That's like what happened with me. I got confused. Paulie got confused somewhere. He thinks he's black. Bless his soul. So I have like special connections with the black Unslavians, especially because you see how they act. I don't know if it's blackness that does this to them, but it almost correlates. You meet black folks like this. He barely says anything. He comes here regularly. He sits and listens. He contributes when he has something to say. When he doesn't, he leaves everybody the fuck alone. But I guarantee if I needed that motherfucker, he'd be right there. Guaranteed it. Guarantee it. When it came time to ride on something. Guarantee. And no, not like that for all of you DeCastros out there. When I say time to ride on something, that's not what I mean. I mean on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. Like, you know, like on the street, right? Going on the murder ride. We're ready to risk it all for what we believe in, right? Now, obviously, that's an idea, but that's not what we do here. So yeah, I don't completely know what that is. I kind of mock that at times or make fun of that or make jokes about that, but that is kind of a thing with me. So I tell on myself, I call it out, and then I try to understand what it is. And I think we talk it through, we think out loud, and I think we kind of do understand what it is. Everything I just laid out. It's not necessarily the blackness thing. Like I said, I wonder, are these qualities of people, is their relationship to the color or the colorism? Is there something to this racialism or this ethnicity thing, right? I see certain qualities and traits as tendencies, in certain types of folks, if we were to characterize them and classify them, right? But again, I think part of that too is there is some truth to it, but it is a stereotypical projection, because it's like, if you step back from putting more attention on what is seemingly different from what's supposed to be your reality, if I'm languaging that out correctly, then you just see the same reality everywhere, right? Like, there's some people of all colors who have that, those qualities for whatever reason, right? And then there's people of all colors who have the other set of non-qualification, right? Like M. Davis knows somebody in his family or around him who's black as night as far as skin tone goes, but whiter than white when it comes to, and again, I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek ribbing, but when it comes to statism and fascism and being a corporatist coward, and all the rest of it, right? That's now synonymous with whiteness. It has become a thing. It is, but it isn't, because again, much like in the times of slavery, it is kind of a European parliamentary white thing, but we got Negro house slaves as well. We got plenty of black folks who want to put on that uniform and strut around and act like they're really a hero and they're about something. So, yeah, pondering, thinking out loud, having a little bit of fun with the idea, and also reflecting a little bit, questioning my early experiences, and I guess experiences that formed me. But yeah, I have this, like, you know what it is? I don't see myself as romantic. In a lot of ways I'm not, but in certain ways I kind of really am. And I have this like customado. Is that the guy? The guy who trained Tyson? I have this customado white man mind, old soul vision, where it's like, this broadcast reaches all the inner city ghettos where the black folks got so much soul and spirit they're willing to die or go to prison forever to kill or be killed for nonsense. And this broadcast awakens these young people. Is the news is code for ghetto young black folks, is these young people and teens. You got to understand the codes. So this spirit, this understanding the world stage and how we present it, reaches these YNs, these young folks, and they have a change of heart, and they say, you know what? We're going to become real Americans again, color aside. We're going to live free and take all this bravery and direct it towards something, color aside. We're going to risk dying or going to prison for what's true and what's right, and we're going to rise again, color aside. And all these bitch ass white motherfuckers around here who are supposed to be Americans, who talk all their shit and act out, don't really stand for nothing, they're going to respect us and honor us again. I think it's an amazing story. If I was to write a movie, right? That's the movie that I see. It's a very, like, they have a lot of those things like that, like a Hoosier story, I think is one of them. You got the white coach, the black team. Everybody counts them out. They're garbage. They're trash. They're going nowhere, just like they did with me. And out of the clear blue comes a change of mind, a change of heart, and therefore a spiritual change and a change of intention and co-creational outcome that literally not only saves self, but every other self here to an extent, or at least attempts to. Right. Essentially, I'm now advocating for the thing they were warning everyone about yesterday when we covered the news, a fucking teen takeover. Right. There I go again. I'm a fucking terrorist is what it really is. I really am. I'm an absolute terrorist. I haven't received many warning notices this year. Seem to be monthly for a while there. I don't know what you're talking about. If you got something you want to address, get up here and let's address it. Don't send me on a Blues Clues manhunt, a hunt for clues in the chat, right? You pay taxes, look into how many P files live around your area. Go down that rabbit hole. If the fire isn't light yet, it should be after you go down that. Crime affects your own community as well. Okay. That's one of those things where it's like, that may be a thing. It's not been And I'm somebody who at times I wonder, because I check myself. I go, I have certain qualities here that seem to be rare and valuable. I have other things about me that may even feed into that may come from darkness. And I question at times if something happened to me early on that I don't remember that shaped a lot of the rest of my beingness, the way I perceive things. Because there were some details in there that I've heard from folks that make me wonder. But yeah, it's just not something like okay, like the slavery and genocide and human trafficking, they're doing that. Is there some kinky sexuality going on with everybody everywhere to some extent? Yeah, probably. Am I and others supposed to be sending our children out to public fool system to be among strangers and be walking around? I don't know. I don't think that is a thing. I don't think that's supposed to be a thing. So, and am I seeing like, I don't know, again, maybe I'm very much that type of person. I try to be observationally, situationally aware and just be aware in general and have my finger on the pulse. But this is something that's now becoming like everywhere at all times, people yelling about it and questioning everyone about it. I'm not seeing, it's kind of like the thing where, you know, and again, I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I wonder. It's kind of like growing up, they go, you know, my father and my uncles used to be on a subway at literally 7 years old, going to even get packs of cigarettes to bring them back home to their parents and whatever. So I don't know, is it a different world? I tend to think it's always been the same stuff out there. We just have more reference for it or awareness for it because we're more plugged in and informed. So we tend to believe that it's happening way more now than it ever has, right? Because we're seeing more of it. But maybe I am. Maybe I'm in denial and I'm delusional, and the world is just steadily getting worse and worse, and people are becoming more uncaring and unconscionable. There's a ton of evidence to believe that. I'm trying to avoid confirmation bias here, right? Because that is kind of what seems to be my theory or what seems to be happening. But again, it's like when you go back in history, every generation told the next generation, like back to fucking Marcus Aurelius. There's accounts of him and the Spartans. I'm not saying Marcus Aurelius was a Spartan. I'm saying there's accounts in these various places at times where essentially the grandfather and the fathers are telling the children, it used to be like this, now it's like this, everything's getting worse. And then the son grows up and he tells his son and his son, and then they say, every generation tells their children it used to be like this, and now it's like this, it's getting worse and worse. So that must be some natural either state of beingness here, or that's the way we perceive it because we identify with what we're used to and what we're adapted to. So when it changes, we perceive all of that as always bad and wrong and scary. But yeah, it was like the thing growing up where you'd have the, you know, you at one point as children, you walked around everywhere, everyone played together, people were outside, parents talked to the children, loved on them, parented them. Then something happened at some point, you know, it seems. And I'm not really the best guy to ask because I'm approaching 40 at this point. I can't even believe to say it. But maybe in the 90s or 2000s, it became this thing where everyone's trying to get your kid at Macy's or JCPenney at Sears. Everybody's like this, you know. And I remember a couple times people who were with me, you know, the parents around them say to the children, get over here or that person's going to take you. Someone's going to take you. And the people with me go, I don't want them. We got enough on our hands with this one, pointing to me, right? So yeah, it's like you got to wonder, is it like that where everyone's out to take your kids, other than like your government you keep voting for, begging to slave you and pay for? You know, we just become more like sensitive to it, you know, like a heightened what we believe is awareness. Because yeah, I mean, it's like if you live 37 years and you go to Slave Mart all over this land, 5 or 10 different states. You've traveled all over. You've kind of seen it all. And I've never seen or heard of anybody trying to take somebody's children or human traffic them or rape them. I think I live a pretty full life. I think I've kind of seen it all and heard it all. And again, I don't want to demean anyone's experience. I'm sure that this kinky, I guess you want to call it abuse or whatever else goes on, probably inside of families, but yeah, I mean, and again, I don't have children, so like I have to be as equitable and fair as possible. I don't have children. I don't know what it's like to have that experience. Oftentimes I'm scared to even consider the idea of having that experience, because now I'm responsible for them. And that like blows me away. I'm just being straightforward. Like I'm supposed to be so, tough and confident and all the rest of this shit because of how I present at times, but it's just not the case all the way, especially in certain areas. I can't believe I'm blown away by the experience of you made love with this person, connected, and living beings came out of you and are now running around and you're responsible for them. I'm sitting here going, who's going to be responsible for me? But yeah, I mean, I can't speak on it. I don't have it. If I did, I would be very careful, I would think, because if nothing else, I don't want to live with it. I don't want it on my head that I sent them children out on the street or out to the public fool system and the gym teacher did something with them, or somebody took them off somewhere, right? Did something to them. And again, easy for me to talk. I don't live with children all day, every day that are up your ass, that at a certain point you need a break. You go that way. I can't make a judgment on it. But again, probably the reason why I'm approaching 40, among many other reasons, and don't have children, because first of all, I'm blown away by it. I'm scared to death of it. And I can't imagine being responsible and accountable for a young life running around this fucking world, being governed by who's governing it. It's a hell of a trip, I guess. Hats off to you parents out there. I'm an online parent, as we know. Best online stepdaddy. 3 years running now, I think. And of course, I counted all the votes and I ran the election. $702.
Hello?
702, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Who's this?
My name's Marcello.
All right, give me 1 second here. Okay, have you called in before? First time, long time? What's the deal?
Never called him before, man.
Okay.
I listen to you a lot.
How long, if I may ask?
Oh, man, I think I saw you probably 2 years ago or so, and I saw your video dealing with the cops.
Travel, license, registration?
Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, they tried to take that one down, man. It had over 10 million views on the website. They didn't give me any credit for it, the person who was on the website. I had to email them and go, you guys ran up 10 million views and how much money, and never told anyone it was me and where I am, but that was a whole other thing. They tried to take it down on YouTube, but we put it back up. We had to censor it because they kept striking the video when I talked about New World Order and digital currency and vaccines and all the rest of it. So I was dead in the heat of COVID as well. So they were trying to take me up out of here. I was fighting with them tooth and nail in the background. But yeah, everything came together that day, man. There's no denying it. But try to watch your phone because you got a lot of noise going on. I don't know if you're moving it or you got wind or whatever it is.
I don't know. I'm just holding it right here, just trying to keep it all straight so you don't hear anything from it. So maybe I should just put it down and not touch it.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, so what do you got for us, man? Questions, comments, concerns, presentments? Use me, don't abuse me.
I want to add something to your loop because I happen to be a father.
Right.
And so one of the things I was learning as a father is that
try to get closer, man.
The first 7, you got me now? How's that?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So the first 7 years of our lives, our brain is in the theta state. That's for everybody. Every one of us, our brain is in the theta state. And that means we're in the hypnotized state. we're being programmed, and it's the same for everybody. And the Jesuits knew it, and they've always known it. And the Jesuits have said, "Give us 7 years, and we will show you the man." Basically, knowing that what they do to children for the first 7 years of their lives will affect them for the rest of it. So what do we do? What do our parents do? They handed us over to public school when we were 5 years old, still in the hypnotized state. And from there, our critical thinking skills are rearranged. 5, 6, 7 years old, we're still in that hypnotized state in public school. And after that effect, you will constantly look to the front of the class for the answer. You will never trust yourself for it. And I simply want to add this to your loop because I don't believe people are as dumb as they are. We've been hypnotized. We've been fooled into believing all this shit that's been happening. And honestly, it's I appreciate the fact that you're screaming at all the slaves all the time, but they can't help themselves sometimes at the same time because we haven't found a snap to snap them out of the watching Fox, listening to the Pope, CNN, whatever the hell it is. It's not you, but you're the most truthful motherfucker out there. So this is the reality that when you speak and you're trying to tell people and they don't get it, they're not going to get it. There must be something, a snap in their life that happens, a near-death experience or something like that. But it's a uphill battle, but I wanted to throw that out there and add that to your loop that we've all been hypnotized and snapping us out of that. I mean, you had your experience.
It's funny that you say this, add it to the loop, because literally just yesterday, the phrase you used is the phrase that I use, that everybody's looking to the front of the room for answers and they ain't got it. And my whole life story is basically the antithesis of that. I'm the guy in the back of the room laughing at the whole class and pointing out how the person at the front doesn't have it. That's why I was in ISS every day, right? So I'm not going to, make it a contentious point of resistance. But when you say add it to the loop, you just must have not heard every loop or every variation of the loop because that's in there. That's all part of the thing. I get that, sir. Like I am the snap or I'm the trip and fall that leads to the snap, right? If folks let it be. So that's that mechanism of me getting loud and uppity, putting the fear and death and the darkness in your face, sending you off on your way and then letting everything else do its magic. Because that's when the universe starts to work on you. Right?
Absolutely. One of the things is that I said it. If I had met you or heard about you, or if somebody explained all this stuff to me when I was younger, obviously we'd all live different lives and different paths. But I spent some time in a vehicle getting pulled over 25 times because my license plate said hemp man. And, I was out there wanting to get pulled over, wanting to do this exchange, wanting to explain this to these police officers. They've been running up people's ass for marijuana charges, and they don't even realize they've been duped into befuddling the American people in the farmland and so on. So that's a whole nother story. But nonetheless, I want to let you know,
no, it's all the same deal, man. It's all activism, and activism doesn't begin around with me by any means, right? So like, it's not about me. And this activism just changes forms, but like the function remains the same, right? It's like, okay, over here, we want a freedom to use these plants and herbs. Okay, we want a freedom to travel. Okay, we want our guns. Okay, we want our land. Like it's the same, never ends. From day one of this place coming here, because predator prey, right? If we look at how this creation is a dualistic, seemingly paradoxical yet complementary reality, predator prey is a thing here, if you haven't noticed, right? So that's essentially on the lowest animalistic third dimensional level. That's what's going on here, right? On the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension, you could say it's a little bit more care or love and light, right? But on the lowest form and most raw, nature doesn't give a fuck form, in a sense, this is just predator and prey, man. These Lindsey Graham and Donnie Trump and all these folks in their suits are the ultimate super predator class, like Hillary tried to project on the black folks. Hillary, black folks in the ghetto got nothing on you motherfuckers. They only kill a few dozen every weekend of their ops who are shooting at them and killing their family. You motherfuckers enslave whole nations and blow up whole villages. Cut it out. So they always project. All you got to do is listen to what they say about their opposition, and you understand psychology and criminology. It comes right from the subpsychology. It's a confession. Projection, it's called confession through projection, right? It's exactly what it is. So when Hillary sits up there and says, these people are hurting the children and the young ones, and they're pushing drugs on them, and they're a super predator class. That's you. Frazzle Drip, Podesta, Epstein, and all the rest of them. You guys are the super predator class. Black folks sell a couple rocks on the corner, shoot a couple people, and go do the rest of their life in prison. You motherfuckers have whole intergenerational careers running drugs from Afghanistan, blowing up whole villages of people, putting people in private prisons to do slavery. Cut it the fuck out.
Doesn't it come down to leading by example? And for the last 10,000 years, that has been the example, and the excuse is survival of the fittest. And in reality, it's not. Divine nature would not lead it to be humanity killing each other, would they? So,
yeah, I always struggle with, does my divine nature, in a sense, or my conscience, allow me to even kill for defense? I'm a very strange creature like that. When you see the way that I pop shit on here and how I present, you would think that I'm ruthless and violent. I'm not. I'm a big pussy when you get right down to it. You know?
Well, hold on now.
I don't want to harm anybody and be harmed. I don't get anything out of it.
I need to fix one thing right now. We need to fix something in humanity by referencing when you're a pansy to call yourself a pussy. The pussy's the toughest thing you ever known, bro. Think about what it
I'll
takes.
Accept that. Okay, I'll accept
pounding
that.
And so on. So we'll call ourselves pansies.
He's doing a broadcast now. Sir, do you have a broadcast? I'll promote it.
Yeah, there you go. So it's something I heard one time. I said that, and a woman of mine said, "What does that mean?" You know, exactly. So.
Right, a pussy can sure take a pounding and keep on ticking. Right? Yeah, I get it.
There you go. Exactly.
But
so anyway, lead by example, learn by example, and the leading example for 10,000 years have been enslaving people. And I've said it's going to take more than 250 years to undo what's been done, because these propagandists are very good at enslaving us. And it started with a whip, and the whip has evolved into the dollar, and it's evolved into the mockingbird media and all the rest of the stuff that's keeping us spun out. Matter of fact, it was just recently in my feed, some lawyer getting on there telling you, don't listen to those people that tell you can travel without it. That's not true.
Can we go back?
Yeah.
One thing we learn as corporatist white males when we go to prison, if we have to go, is there's black folks there who you could give them money or not. It doesn't matter. They're always going to make a way because they're resourceful. And of course, that has different applications and connotations. Don't blame it on the paper with pictures on it for what men do and don't do, right? That's not the whip. The whip is the fear that you hold, that you take to every venue in your life, your relationships, your job that you don't like, that you don't respect you doing it, but you do it because you got to get that cash. It wasn't the cash that got you there. The cash got you back home. Your fear brought you to that job all day, every day to get that cash. We gotta reverse engineer where the power and value's at and where it's lost, because this is a faith over fear dynamic. Fear, like the old cliche goes, is the thing that we need to. There's nothing to fear but fear itself, right? As the old saying goes. I believe that was, who cares who said, I believe it was at least who's accredited with it. And now his name has escaped me. Not G. Edward Griffin. Right, again, it doesn't matter. The information doesn't belong to anybody, right? The revelation and the understanding is everybody. So, right, it's the experience that matters. So, it's the cowardice. That's why I get on here and yell at myself in the mirror right here, and therefore every other self here. Because I know at the root of all of it, why we're not becoming what we're meant to become is always the same dynamic. You can only go as far as your fear will let you. You could say, fuck money tomorrow. I'm going to chase my dreams and what I love, and I'm going to get so good at it that everywhere I go and do it, I got to be in the conversation. They can't ignore me. I got to get to some value one way or the other, and it's going to happen. And the only thing that stopped that was your fear. It doesn't matter, money or not. You could take money away tomorrow. I'm a be who and what I am and do what I do and touch people in a way that value and power has got to be part of the equation, going and coming. Just the question is, in what form, right? So, yeah, and then again, boom, we're back to home base, which is the metaphysical, the spiritual that gives way, the cause that gives way to the effect. It is either our fear that manifests through cowardice, all the slavery and genocide, and the lack of purpose and potential of what we're meant to be, right? Or we become that because we move into faith and trust and equity so much and put out what we want to get back that it becomes undeniable the universe has to back us. That is the difference between a successful person and a loser failure. All the money and numbers and all the rest of it doesn't matter, right? And again, I'm going to give my father a little bit of credit here. If I talk about his narcissism and his insanity in all these different ways, like I probably have my own, and I have to talk about the other side of things. My father used to tell me, because he was living in regret and cowardice. He wouldn't cop to it, but he was living in regret and cowardice all of his life because he never went to go be a baseball player. And this is so funny to me. And again, I don't judge him, but it's so my father and so boomers of this world to be like heartbroken and be like bitter and resentful with your child every day because you never went to go play a sports game as a professional, because he was very good at it. I was very good at it because he was very good at it. The genetics I got from him. So he was in the papers and all that. They were scouting him, all the rest of it. He never went because, number one, his daddy died when he was 15, 16. He didn't have a masculine influence there. Okay. And his mama probably had the devouring mama spirit in some way. So her best efforts to try to help him, to keep him safe, stopped him from becoming what he was meant to be, because we're in a nanny state again. It's called a nanny state for a reason. So he used to tell me all the time, Paul, I guess he did cop to it a couple times. Now that I think of it, I got to give the credit where it's due. He did say, Paul, because I'd push him on it. I go, why do you keep telling me this? Why do you? And then he would say, well, I let my fear stop me from doing and being what I knew I was supposed to do and be. Right. And it's so funny because he's sitting there talking about being a baseball player while he's telling me to go to college, bless his heart, so I could become a bar attorney and all the rest of this garbage. Yeah, man, he would tell me, the only thing that separates somebody who's going to be successful from a loser failure is somebody who gets up every day and puts their all into something and don't let the fear stand in the way. So
I'm just curious about, obviously the world of corporatism is well organized and fixing stuff and sucking people into this world. I know Corey of Nature, and he's working on permaculture and all that stuff, but what's the answer for folks that want to escape and leave and change their status and go someplace else? That it's not that easy to find a place to go and work and survive and get this done.
We're way past the point of easy, man. You don't get luxuries like easy, right? You don't even think about it. You don't even consider it, because we understand logically as men that we're way past the point here of entitlements and expectations. You're lucky and blessed that you're even here in the capacity you are to be able to even do anything the way you could do it. And you better just put yourself all in and throw yourself on the mercy of whoever created this whole simulation, because, there is no mechanism and answer and solution coming out of the clear blue that isn't already here. And that is the only thing that makes sense. We have to undo what we've done this whole time. The greatest test and challenge, and it's the only thing. Well, yeah, man, that's what's going to make a man out of us, right? That's the only thing worth doing here. If you really want to get real with ourselves and each other, what else are you going to do here? Shuffle papers around, sell somebody another subscription so you can get a check, spend it on gambling and drinking. What are you going to do here, bro?
There is such thing as your permanent record, and it's yours. And what you do and try to help on this planet is important. So,
sure.
I'm always trying to tell people truth and stuff, but people get tired of listening to them, obviously.
There you go. Can I stop you?
Yeah.
You want to talk truth? Start a broadcast. Speak in the mirror to yourself all day, every day. If someone shows up to listen, great. Why the fuck does anyone want to listen to you? What are you doing? If you're doing shit, show what you're doing. Then we don't have to listen to you.
Anything at the present moment. That's the thing.
What?
I'm not doing anything at the present moment. That's the thing.
Then why are you running your mouth to everyone? You're annoying them. I'm here to tell you, as the guy you say you respect or is going to be a real motherfucker to you, I'm telling you, you're one of the Christians on the subway while the corporatists are on their way to work. They don't care. They've heard it before. When they ask you to shut up, shut up. If you don't, they're going to punch you in the face because you're breaching their peace. They get their peace from corporatism and fascism. If you don't, fucking serve what gives you peace and power. Stop talking about what you don't serve. You're a fucking hypocrite. Tell the Christian in the train car that when the train gets to a stop, it's time to go on the cross. Christ ass motherfucker. If you ain't gonna build the cross and hang on it, shut the fuck up. We know the story. Live like it and be like it, or stop talking about it. You can see what I'm doing. Yes, I'm not trying to be mean to you, sir. I'm giving you the rap that daddy would have gave you, or that drill instructor would have gave you when you had to confront reality because you want to be in your feelers and want to be entitled and selfish and all the rest of this shit, and you got to get a wake-up call. When you start doing and being, you ain't gonna have to talk as much because they can look and see and watch and then do. Monkey see, monkey do. If they don't do then, there's nothing to talk about. Go to my first channel, that's Shadowban. I can't get more than 10 live motherfucking viewers on a 23,000 person channel. And go look at them showing up every day to tell me, this guy's an idiot. He has Dunning-Kruger. He doesn't know the law. I've now got to the point where I don't even point out the facts to him. I say, hey, slave, good to see you. Glad you're triggered. I'm going to continue to do whatever I want to do if I don't cause harm. Suck me in public. That's all that's got to be said. You know what I'm doing. I show you what I'm doing. I'm going to keep doing it. There's nothing to talk to you about. Do it or get fucked. One way or the other. That's where we're at, man. And if you ain't doing it, but you want to talk about it, get fucked. And you wanted to start me up, and I know you did, because you brought up that Corey character, and he sits in my Telegram promoting all day, every day. And he sits on everyone's social media, promoting his social media all day, every day. Does he play videos of me back the other way when he goes viral? Because he ain't censored and shadow banned? Why? Because he don't come to the people like I do. What does he get on there and do? Play videos of other people who went viral and do this. You can't see me right now, sir, but I'm making faces and pointing my finger because someone made another trend. Some jerk off retard out there who can't even talk or live made a trend that now people get online and go viral for playing other people's viral videos, don't even comment on them and don't live it. They just make goofy, smarmy faces and point at the screen and embarrass themselves. And people eat this shit up and restream it and share it and give them whatever they're looking for. It all goes nowhere. And then what kicks you in the ass is they're sitting in my Telegram and other places promoting me. But when they go viral and their platform grows, they stop using me and my area and don't even promote me while I'm censored and shadow banned. Thanks. Love ya. I see how it is around here. I don't care how nice, kind, and polite you are. What you learn growing up on the East Coast in New York, front row seat ticket is most people are full of shit. When you walk down the street, keep your head straight and also on a swivel. See out the corner of your eyes, but keep your head straight. Because the motherfucker's going to come up to you and try to sell you a bunch of bullshit and not be about nothing. They never come to love you and help you in your life. They come with a story, but they never come to actually love you and help you in your life, right? It's all bullshit. So you learn to mind your own motherfucking business, get where you're going, and don't waste any time, right? And be direct. There's a lot of things that you learn. As much as I say New York is a shithole, it's status, it's collectivist, all the rest, there's a certain culture and an ethic, and it really is Italian, Irish, Jewish gangster culture, as sick as that is. And their somewhat real, somewhat twisted version of honor, right? And their version of faith. Again, somewhat twisted, somewhat archetypal. But, yeah, you know, I've never bought in. I'm never going to buy in because doing this, I used to work in different jobs and deal with the public all day, every day, and listen to their bullshit and question them, and then get scolded because I question the customer knowing they're bullshitting me. I've never been able to sit there and let someone bullshit me and not question it, right? So these people live a whole life off bullshitting themselves and everyone else. And then when Paulie finally shows up to be real and direct, they go, man, this guy's rude and offensive. No, I'm real. You're a coward who's lying, cheating, and stealing and playing games and bullshitting. And I'm calling you out. That doesn't make me a bad guy. I'm your bad guy because I'm exposing what the rest of these rubes out here don't know about life. That's why when you go to New York also, you know what's been pioneered there? It's so archetypal and emblematic. 3-card Monty and the shell game. Pioneered there. Because the people on New York know it's easier to fool a slave than convince them they are to be fooled, right? Then convince them they've been fooled. It's easier to fool them than convince them they've been fooled. So we prove it. Here, pick the card, follow the card every time you lose. But I just saw that guy win. He's with us. You don't know that, right? These people, they can't think 2 and 3 and 5 moves ahead. We got the lesson at 12 years old of what politics is. It's 3-card Monty shell game. You never win. When you see the winner's with them. It's a scam. Because you never in life walked up on something 9 out of 10 times. By the way, this is also the inverse of this, is why most people won't listen to me and walk with the faith I'm displaying. Because they go where it's appropriate. See, they don't do it everywhere else in their life, but with me, they employ it. That's what's fascinating. Nobody's ever going to be sitting there or come up on you on YouTube and actually have something to give you that's going to change your life and help you. 9 out of 10 times that's true. And then there's the 1 out of the 10. You got to be able to discern the difference. And oftentimes they got it ass backward, and the Tao speaks it 1,000 years before Jesus. They mistake the false for the true and the true for the false. So, yeah, man, this is why I coined the term ICBM, like the missile, inauthentic corporate beta male. That's what's blown up this whole culture and society. A bunch of cowards who ain't doing it and living it, who want to go viral talking about it like they're on The View. And the rest of us who are really living it, we don't give a fuck. To us, again, let me give you the analogy. We're the gangster rappers who are blooding and crippin', who just did a murder, who hopped in a booth to talk about it, knowing we're going to federal prison at some point, and don't give a fuck because we're playing it out till the end, till the wheels fall off. You wouldn't know anything about what that's like and what that takes. But yet you want to sit up in the studio with Rick Rubin and you want to borrow from our life and what you see and hear, and you want to remix it and make it about who and what you are and go viral off of it, right? It's the same dynamic because power and value dynamics don't change. You don't care because you have no conscience and you ain't real and you don't care about respect and honor and the code and all the rest of it. To the real ones, you're a bitch ass motherfucker. You're an embarrassment. We know you don't live that. Why you going viral off our shit? We just seen you at the studio listening to us just last week. So you could come out and act like that was you. And you know what invariably happens? At some point, the artist who goes triple platinum and gets $1 billion and all the bitches, he's going to meet with Mr. Gangster in a back room one day. The material he stole and tried to run with and got all the shit from that he doesn't live, he's going to meet him in a back room one day, and we're going to see what it's all really about. Now, that dynamic doesn't apply to me. I'm not going to go G-checking for you to test your gangster like they say on the street. The court's going to do it. Your daddy Saturnius going to do it at some point. Going to pull your fucking collar and your card and going to say, hey, aren't you the guy who does this all day? Going viral on the internet, talking about rights and freedoms and all the rest of this shit, but don't live it. You got a lot of money. You got a lot of something over there. We want to see if you really about it and live it, because we don't think so. And then it's all going to hit home. Don't cry to me when that day comes. You're writing checks right now off of that you ain't living. Don't tell me it's about spreading awareness either. It ain't. These people want a career off of riding other people's coattails and going viral and not having to live the shit, just like they do in every venue. If they'll do it in rap music and everywhere else, they do it in this venue. These are, again, predatory. Even though they come passive aggressive, nice, kind, and polite, they're predatory and parasitic. They want a position of leadership as an influencer, but don't want to sacrifice and do what it takes to honor that position. And that's why you'll never be that or be seen as that by people who are that and do that. And that's exactly the way it's supposed to be.
You can notch it up.
Say again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been listening to you. Yeah, dude, I didn't mean to set you off with Corey's name. I honestly didn't.
It's not about him. I don't have any personal issue and problem with him. I'm lighting a fire under his ass. I don't know what he does. He may be the most thorough motherfucker out here. If he is, great. Everything I just said don't apply to him, except the TikTok bullshit where he makes goofy smug faces and points at videos behind him. That shit is goofy. I will never warm up to that. I hate these trends and the goofy shit you all do because you saw some jerk off in a tiny house on TikTok do it. I can't stand it.
So 30 years ago, think this, 30 years ago, I started waking up to some stuff, and somebody came to me and said, you're arguing the wrong point. It's all about jurisdiction.
Absolutely, it is.
And that's where my journey started, to start to comprehend all this stuff. And you know that I've run into every person saying, no, you do the paperwork this way, you do the paperwork this way, you do this, you do this. And then there's the people that say secured creditor chargeback and get all your money back on the money that they get all this crazy stuff. And then, you know, so it's been difficult to figure stuff out. You're the first person I came across who said, oh my God, that's right. Take me to jail. Take me to the magistrate. Take me to the magistrate. And when I had that on my lips, things were a little bit too late for me to be able to follow that path of freedom. But nonetheless, it all comes down to jurisdiction. Now, 30 years ago, I was trying to get people to grow industrial hemp, not marijuana, industrial hemp, so we can get back to our real, true heritage and have sustainability and all the rest of it. And the guy comes and says it's all about jurisdiction. I'm like, oh my God. Well, I never found it, understood it enough to be able to go tell farmers, hey, you can tell the federal government, fucking shove it up your ass. We can grow industrial hemp. We don't need permission.
Right. And it's no, and I get what you're saying, but it's no shove it up your ass. It's you jump through 3 to 5 hoops to get everything. And you never ask what those hoops do and what they are. You registered, you titled, right? You, what's the other, there's usually, you licensed. It's always the same gambits. No one, the slaves are so easily slaved. They never ask why with house, car, land, everything. It's always license, registration, title, insurance. You're giving the state jurisdiction, which means to speak the law, by signing contracts like the HOA POA. I just did it yesterday. I did a whole hour on it. The HOA POA is modeled off the original trust of United States Corporation and the compact you call the Constitution, or the contract that you call the Constitution. It's all the same format. If I bring up a piece of land on Arizona, a POA agreement, and I cross-reference it to the Constitution, you will see exactly the same thing, because a contract's a contract's a contract. And the cops wouldn't tell you to sign whether you're guilty or not. This is a promise to appear. Please sign so we know you're going to present. They wouldn't say, do you understand? Sign. They have you signing 3 to 5 pieces of paper claiming you understand 3 to 5 different ways before you're ever at court or doing anything. Of course, it's all contracting. They wouldn't be doing extra steps if they didn't need to. These are very lazy, incompetent, incapable people who just want to do their job and go home like every other fucking slave out there, unfortunately.
Well, I do have a constitutional quiz I ask people all the time, and I asked them this question. I said, it's a three-part question. They all fail it. And the first one is, have you ever been in a union? And they'll all say no. And I'm like, well, the Constitution is a union contract, so Your second one is, where do your rights come from? And they all will say, well, it comes from the Constitution. Well, we know, well, no, it comes from the Creator. And the other one was, what's your most important duty as a citizen? Do you know what your most important duty as a citizen would be, Paul?
I don't accept the title of citizen. I don't accept any title.
That's fine. But in reality of that world, if they were going to claim to be, there was a duty.
Your most important duty would be to render aid when necessary.
Sure, but it's jury duty. It's actually mentioned in the Constitution, jury duty, and that's where we check the idiots and the laws they pass, and we nullified bad law.
Right.
But we don't know that. I didn't know that.
I mean, again, man, let's go back. You want to hear Gorsuch again from yesterday? Paulie's a gorilla in a trailer. He says mother effer. He's not an expert. I'll bring up, you want a senator, a congressman, or a longtime attorney general? What is Gorsuch again? Let's get this one. I got to commit this to memory because no sense in me guessing every time because I just don't care. You guys care, not you. The slave populace. They need titles and certifications to accept truth because until they get title and certification, truth isn't real, right? What's Gorsuch title? The chat already knows, but we'll go through the motions. Okay, so now I have oh man. We got a long way to
brief
go.
anecdotal note. But the very first experience I had of cognitive dissonance is I was going to school in Boston, Massachusetts. I was learning patriotism. I was understanding freedom, and then I had a problem that I brought up to my mother. And the first thing she said to me was, "Well, you can't fight City Hall." And that was like, well, hold on, Mom. I'm learning. I'm with freedom. I'm supposed to be paying. And that was the first experience of true cognitive dissonance, where you feel it in your stomach. The stuff you're teaching people causes this, right? It's huge amount of cognitive dissonance you have to get through to realize, oh my God, my parents lied to me.
You remember Rocco's Modern Life?
Sorry.
Cartoon. Okay, so back in the day, when I was coming up, I remember being 8 years old, 10 years old, running around in tighty whities from Macy's and the Fruit of the Loom whitey socks. And in the background, you know, like I even can call this memory back, like in the background, as you said, my mind, this is why I did a whole bit on this at one point, that all of this, everything you saw here goes back to one moment in a cartoon, Rocco's Modern Life, where they created the song, "You Can't Fight City Hall." And Rocco's literally looking at these slaves going, what are you talking about? He just goes down there, does what he's supposed to, and he wins. And they all go, oh my God, Rocco's a hero. You can fight City Hall. Let's play it. Let's play the Rocco. Let's do Rocco. This is going to be nostalgic for me to take us back to early day moments of Paulie boy in the den there. And yeah, I mean, again, this is originally what cartoons and movies was all supposed to be about. The man said, we program people the first 7 years. So while your child's running around the house, instead of listening to Steve, you know, trying to bend him over and put him on crack with Blue's Clues and all the rest of it, you know, Dora the Explorer, I don't trust her either. She's up to something. I think she's an illegal. Let's not get into it, sir. I think Dora the Explorer is an illegal and she should have to show some citizenship and identification. Anyways, let's get back. You should be the first 7 years having stuff on the TV that I haven't watched in 20 years or on your media that trains the child to not be a genocidal slave. And this was a perfect example. And literally, I could conclude that all of what you saw after came down to this one cartoon, this one song, and this one moment where they literally just lay the whole dynamic out for you. The devil does good sometimes. They say Nickelodeon is so bad and evil and Disney and all the rest, but the devil does good sometimes. There's no denying it.
Pretty clean, isn't it? Well, yes and no.
Hold on, sir. You can't hear it. I'm playing the clip.
Conglommo, eh? Well, that's big business. Wait, where are you going? We're not going to let him get away with this, are we?
Well, yeah, that's Conglommo.
They own everything.
They even own City Hall. And you know what they say.
It's going to be a song, isn't it?
Can you guys hear it in chat? Just let me know if you guys are hearing it in chat, because it's kind of low on my end, but if you can turn it up and still hear it, then we'll continue to run it.
You can't fight City Hall. You can't fight
Right, corporate America, they are big and we are small.
You can't fight City Hall.
Great stuff.
I know it seems like the little person may not make much of a difference in this world, but if you get enough little people together, then you got what's the word?
An unruly mob?
Yeah. I mean, no, what I mean is, if we all band together, we'll be like a large group of people who've all, banded together. Oh, this isn't going very well.
No, Rocco, look! You're mesmerizing them!
It's just that I think we've got to fight for what we believe in.
Slaves.
I say we march down to the conglomerate building right now and give them a piece of our minds. Are you with me? I said, are you with me?
I guess we might as well.
That's a spirit.
We've all got nothing better to do, and this dump is starting to smell. So we'll march downtown with you.
We demand to see the board of directors.
You would be?
We're a big, unruly mob!
We're a big unruly mob.
Well, actually, we're the concerned citizens of our town.
And you were sent by?
A big pile of rotting vegetable matter!
Great big rotting pile.
Well, a compost heap, but the description is accurate.
By the way, what's so great about this cartoon is they're also showing you the dynamic of what happens when someone like me decides to just do what's common sense and obvious. You do get a bunch of followers and they show up beside you and go, we're a big unruly mob. And you're like, no, we're not. We're not that. Stop that. That's not what we want. So you got to watch for that too. This is a great cartoon, man.
This was sort of a spur-of-the-moment spontaneous thing.
Uh-huh. And how do y'all know the words?
Oh boy, he's got you there, Rock!
I don't know the words.
He doesn't know the words.
Sorry, you can't get in without an appointment.
Oh.
I guess we'll all go home.
No, wait, guys!
Look, don't give me this appointment stuff. We are the customers. It's our business that keeps your business going. So I insist you let me speak to the board of directors.
All right, whatever.
Really? Thanks. My name is Rocco, and, well, I represent a group of consumers who, well, we've just noticed lately that your company has been polluting the rivers and destroying the forest. And, well, we'd like you to, maybe you could RECYCLE recycle?
Why is he spelling?
Well, there's a catchy tune that goes with it, but I missed the rehearsals.
Well, Mr. Rocco, we're rather busy, so if you would just get to the point.
The point? Well, the point is...
We'd like to see you stop all this polluting and treat more Mother Nature with more care. We hope that you don't mind us all intruding, but we'd really like to make you all aware that RECYCLE recycle, CONSERVE conserve. Don't you POLLUTE pollute the rivers, guys, see or else you're gonna get what you deserve.
So, what do you say? Will you clean up your act?
Okay.
Really?
Rockabot City Hall.
And I want to.
Rockabot corporate America. They were big and he is small.
But not too small.
Rockabot City Hall.
Okay, who is in charge of waste disposal?
Right. See, Rocco, somehow they say you can't fight City Hall. Rocco not only fought City Hall, but he won. All you had to do is just... Right. All you had to do is actually go down there and try and stand for something, you know, and hold these folks accountable. Well, that's the slave. That's the same slave in you that says, you can't leave Blockbuster Video and go start your own. You can't go start your own app for unvaccinated non-slaves. You can't do that. That's the nagging Karen slave in you. It's in you, right? And you can argue once again, if we want to get Freudian, starts with your mommy and daddy. Because every other thing you went to go do and be, they went to tell you, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't be that, you can't do this, don't do that, don't touch this. Everything. Bro, you keep wanting to go to them instead of your mommy and daddy and you. That's how I know you ain't ready. Stop with the fucking MK Ultra. Your daddy's a bitch. Your mommy's a hoe. That's why you are the way you are. When that changes and when we change it, this shit's gonna change. Stop with the yeah, I get it. MK Ultra exploits that, hacks that, furthers that, pushes that, funds that. But you got to be that all day, every day, and then lie to me about it, right? That's the reality of it.
29 years old, I realized why I chose military school, because a bunch of fucking megalomaniac, maniac warmongers were programming us to not pay any attention to the fucking wars and all the rest of the shit around it. My mother and my father, it doesn't matter. I was programmed by television like the rest of these generations have been.
But why do we keep going to the television for where the victiming occurred? If you want to do the victiming session, I don't mind it. We could be culpable and accountable. Why do we keep going to the TV who raised you because your mother and father didn't? And who didn't raise them? What was your excuse before TV existed, bro? You gonna tell me it was the radio? What about before the radio? The phonograph? What about before that? A rock slate? Bro, Moses left these fucking slaves to go up a mountain, came back, they were worshiping golden calves and throwing babies in fucking pits. Please don't give me the MK Ultra stuff. Because you don't want to take accountability, responsibility that your daddy's a bitch and your mommy's a hoe, and they all live happily, they all live slavery ever after in Babylon.
Well, where would I learn freedom as a child from who?
You wouldn't.
From the Bible?
You wouldn't. If you don't see it and experience it, we do what we know. What we know is what we're shown.
Okay.
You know what's funny about this? You know where you would find freedom and righteousness? On that TV you just bashed from the MK Ultra folks that you just all broad brushed. You're not going to find it in your mommy and daddy and uncles and all the rest of them slaves and cowards. They're not living a movie. And you're probably not going to meet someone like myself who's one out of 100,000 or 1 million, if that, who's living the movie. Where you are going to see rights and freedom archetypally, and what it looks and feels and sounds like is when you turn on that TV to be MK Ultra and they show you Braveheart and the Patriot. And should I go on?
No, obviously you're absolutely right. They're always showing the right path, always showing the right path.
Right. Most people are cowardly, lazy slaves. It begins and ends there. Stop blaming the MK Ultra and everybody else for your choices and what you do and don't do. I listen to thug, gangster, fucked up rap, pimping and hoeing bullshit all day, every day. I don't pimp. I don't hoe unless you call this pimping and hoeing in a different form for God and truth and rights and all the rest of it. I don't shoot guns at people. I don't push drugs. I don't do none of that. So please, let's stop. I've been listening to it all my life. Did I do it at one point? Yes. Could it have been somewhat influential? Yes. Would I have been doing that in any generation? Yes. Because I came from a bitch-ass father and a hoe of a mother and a broken-ass home. And I was rife. I was ripe for the picking when it came for corruption and bad faith and dishonor. And it wasn't even in my heart completely. I was just in pain or numbed and didn't know true love and care and didn't know faith. So I was filled with fear and acting out and didn't think love was possible. So again, I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying I've seen this too much in the conspiratard truther verse community non-munity with all day, every day. MK Ultra, the lizard people, the this, the that, the thing. We know all that. Why don't you ever, I never hear and see these same people like ever talk about their bitch ass daddy and their hoe ass mama and how their status and how they do slavery and genocide and how they push fear and corruption in the fucking home. No, what they do is pretend they're all just great and everybody's in love with each other while they blame the effect of the cause. It is not. That's why you're where you are. You won't face the truth on any level. One of the levels of truth is how this shit all started and why it happens continually. And instead of you facing the truth and the darker aspects so you could be set free, you want to lie on it to yourself and others. This has been going on, arguably, from the beginning of time in some form or another. It's not the TV. It's not the mind and heart control. It's your lack of courageous, careful leaders in selves and in the home and in the community. You have
we have no
cowardly males chasing resources and a bunch of hoes who want to get paid to be in a relationship. Get a clue.
I agree. I had no leadership growing up.
Well, you know how we get leadership now? Throw all that other shit out of your mind. I'm not saying it's not true and we can't hold that accountable when the time comes. Stop leaning on that. It's weakness. You want to lean on something? Confront you, your father, your mother, where you come from and where you're going, and become the answer to that. None of that in that equation of actualization or realization requires putting the locus of control and power outside of yourself. That's the antithesis of being a victor. You continue to want to talk like a victim. I'm not picking on you. I'm freeing you if you let me. You want to talk like a victim. You don't want to talk like a responsible, accountable, courageous man who can face the motherfucking truth and his cowardice and go to the next level. MK Ultra mind control didn't have you wake up today and be a bitch. And I'm not picking on you. I'm talking about the bitch I know in me too. If you woke up today and chose slavery and genocide, it wasn't the TV that did it. It's the fear inside of you because you serve cowardice over courage. And that is the spirit of the devil. It says right in the scripture, it reads, the spirit of the devil is fear, the spirit of God is faith. And if you give in to the spirit of fear over and over again, you will be in bondage and vice and addiction and slavery. The TV didn't do it, sir. The TV's reflecting back to you what you keep begging for, sucking up, paying for, consuming, and putting back out, whether you want to know it or not.
Okay, fair dinkum, but the folks we're trying to convert, if you will.
I'm not trying to convert nobody. Stop right there.
I'm sorry.
Stop right there. Sorry. You want a conversion, so you come here. If you don't want it, stay the fuck away from me. I'm not Captain Save-A-Ho. I'm Captain Slave-A-Ho.
You are leading by example, though.
Right. And even that is to a limited extent. Because when my health took over with my body and I started feeling death and pain around the door and I couldn't even go shopping for myself and I was pissing every fucking hour and all these other pains and issues we're not going to talk about, all the rights and freedom and everything went out the window because that took precedence. My fear got to me, or the needs of having to care for myself got to me. Excuse or not, that's just what it is. There is no excuse or justification. It is what it is, bro. So we got to be honest with ourselves and each other, right? It is what it is because we are what we are. When we change who and what we are, what it is will change. There is nothing else to talk about.
True that, but once again, we lead by example, we learn by example, and you are setting a great example. Although, like I said, if I had met somebody like you with this example 20, 30 years ago, my path obviously would have been completely different. That doesn't matter now at all, but it's still the conversion still needs to happen.
Why are you living in the past? Another victimhood quality. I'm not picking on you. I'm just telling you what I'm noticing about you. People who have a victor and faithful consciousness tend to stay in the present or look forward. You've now 3 to 5 times told me about what would have happened if I would have been your daddy 30 years ago. Your mama didn't want to fuck me. She was a hoe and I wouldn't get money like that. Remember I just told you? You didn't listen. We're here now, bro. What are you going to do now and here forward? What does your spirit tell you you're supposed to do now and here forward? And if you're going to do that and be that to become what you're meant to be, what the fuck does it matter 20 and 30 years ago? We got action now, right here.
I agree. I'm sifting through some shit right now.
20, 30 years ago, if my mother didn't have a stroke and my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle, and we can go on and on and on, right? Because we're in a victim state at that point, regretting what ifs. That's not a victor state. That's a victim state. Victor says, fuck all that. We needed all that, matter of fact. Thank you for all that. I'm going to take that and I'm going to move with it. We got action right now. We got motion right now. I'm going to put off motion and work right now to talk about what the fuck if 30 years ago. Come on, bro. Let's get with it. You feel the difference? Okay. You feel the hustler spirit and the difference and the energy? Tell me you could feel it.
Sure, in the moment, of course. Yes. Yes. So I still feel like I found solutions to issues and problems that happened, and getting those out there and getting them to sink into people's heads, not so easy, right?
We're back to that again. I thought we addressed that. You're not doing anything. You admitted that. Why are you getting stuff in people's heads? Oh, are you one of the, when we get 400 cowards together, we're suddenly going to become courageous crowd? Are you one of those? I just went off on one of them yesterday. Guy sitting in a wheelchair. I feel for him. His name is Paul. You think I don't sit there and wonder one day if I'm going to be just like his fat ass in a fucking wheelchair, could barely move and in pain all day, every day? I'm already there in a sense. I feel for the guy. The point is, he's sitting up there on Facebook all day, every day. Another guy pushed by the algorithm, thousands of shares and all the rest, complaining and whining. And I have to go in there and be the bad guy every day. We've been hearing this for years from you. What are you doing different? If the answer is nothing, what makes you think complaining? And you know what the only answer they always have is, we need more people. Once we get enough people, all of us cowards individually, collectively are going to become courageous. I say, don't bet on it. These are all going to become liabilities for yourselves and each other. Cut the games. If you can't do the work on your own, you can't do it with everyone else. Because there's going to come a time where they're going to take your bitch ass to be alone in a dark cell. And you're going to have to answer to God and yourself and them for what you did. Your people aren't going to be there with you, faithless, worldly, shallow, materialistic, codependent, bitch ass, collectivist motherfucker. Know it like you know your name. You're talking to one who lives it. You can't bullshit this one. You don't need more people. You need way less people who have way more faith, trust, and equity. Honor. Give me 300 Spartans over 1.5 million of Xerxes slaves any day, every day. Stop with the give me more people garbage. That's what got us here. If we get enough of us together, we can get what we want to need that we can't create on our own because we're weak, because we suck at what we do, because we're boring as all get out. Goodness and greatness comes from goodness and greatness, not mediocre, mundane presentments in a group. Stop it. It's not reality. Your mama's got you convinced of a reality that doesn't exist, and daddy's home. Does that make sense to you, sir? Does any of that make sense? That
no, sure, it all makes it all makes
Remember
sense.
the old cliche, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? You folks want to make a chain out of weak links? What the fuck are you talking about? And I can't get an answer that makes any sense. You know why? Because they don't talk from facts, talk from feelers. They always support what they want it to be. They never support what it is. They shadow, censor ban, and cover their eyes from what it is, just like they did in the Christed Beings Day. Turn their head and put their head in the dark. They don't want the truth, light, life, and way. If they did, they'd seek it, get it like how I got it, live it, and be set free, and reflect it back to every other being here. You're not, so you don't. So it won't. Cause and effect style. You're not your own God here, Luciferian slaves. Your feelers don't matter.
Well, you know, I don't want to bring up the past again, but
you're going to take this opportunity after I just lit us all on fire here with passion and truth to go back to that bitch-ass wishy-washy energy, and I'm going to sit here and go like this while you do it.
Okay.
I'm going to do my corporate beta male, lukewarm, gospel lukewarm dance for you while you serenade us. Go ahead. They like this.
No,
I'm sorry. I might even climax. I might even start to. Because it's like, dude, you love it. You love your slavery. You love your bitch assness. You love your victimhood. You're
making my woman laugh. That's good.
Because she knows you, bro. Now I'm getting loud. I didn't want to get loud. She's laughing because she knows you. And she don't want to hurt your feelings by telling you. And she hears me telling you. And she can't believe I know you. There it is. Did you all hear it? They say I come here in my narcissism and project onto relationships that I don't know women, I don't know men, I don't know how it works, and that I'm arrogant and egotistical. She's dying laughing in the background because she as a woman has lived and dated around bitch-ass, wishy-washy, lukewarm motherfuckers all her life who tell her one thing and do something else. And you're lucky she's laughing and having fun with it, because the next step after that is she's out the fucking door with half your shit. Oh, yeah. A lot of nervous laughter going on around these parts. I get it. And I respect you, sir, for facing me in this truth. Not a lot of folks have the fucking balls to do it and to attempt to try to understand it. And hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just a loudmouth asshole on the internet. But I'm going to shoot my shot with what I see it to be all day, every day.
Fair dinkum.
You know how much more fucking wet and excited and inspired that woman would get if you would stop with this bitch ass victim living in the past consciousness energy shit? She'd be waiting to blow you every fucking night. She'd be buying you flowers on Valentine's Day. Baby, what do you want for dinner? They don't know what that's like anymore, to live in a household with that kind of energy anymore, and for good reason. You don't command that kind of respect and honor. Do you want it? It's there for you. You're just going to have to do what it takes to get it and be it. Oops. This is more entitlement too, by the way. These males out here think they're entitled to women and children when they won't establish themselves on their land as free and brave. You're not. And your children and women are going to leave you, or they're going to be up under you but never really know you, or never really be able to bond with you, because you never really become the man you were supposed to be. How do I know this? Because I look into me. How do I know this? Because I look into my background and my history with my father and mother and all the rest of it, and I look around me. That's it, bro.
Fair
get to something here and do the work and get a result, or we're not. And if not, shut the fuck up and stop talking about it, because you're embarrassing yourself around your bitch and real motherfuckers who live this shit. That's all you need to know.
Well, honestly, though, the work, where to start with the work, that's another, question, right? Okay, start now, but.
Sir, I need you to activate. You know what? It just hit me. I should do what all these people do. I should sell books in packets. I should make my own CDs where I scream at you.
No, you don't need to do that.
You could go track 1. It's me giving you AMSR. You're not a slave in genocide. You're not a slave in genocide.
Here's the thing.
Track 2 is me screaming and yet. No, hold on. I'm working my thing out now. Forget you. Okay. You've given up yours. I'm working my stuff out now. Now you just interrupted me and I forgot what I was going to say. See, don't do that. Don't do that.
You're working on books. You're working on books.
Right.
Books.
A CD and a camp. Right. Thank you, sir. Now let's get back. See, I'm working here. We're working here. You're not. I am. I just thought up something genius that I'm not going to do again, but people are going to enjoy the thought of it. I am not going to, but I want to. I probably should. I'm not going to. Maybe I will. Who knows? You never know. I'm going to start a camp for folks like you. You're going to quit your fucking job. We're going to go there. We're going to live stream the content 24/7, 365, real world style, but it's going to be my camp, how to become a man. And we're going to have women there with certain tests of skill, and they're going to be an aspect and a part of it. We're going to do newlywed style, where we ask them questions and you give the answers and they write it down and then we reveal the answers. We're going to combine all these different aspects. And by the end of it, you're going to be lit up again and inspired, because it's at the core of your beingness. You go, oh, well, I don't even know where to start. You don't know where to start because you don't know yourself. And if you sat with yourself in a fucking jail cell for long enough, you'd start to get something bubbling up in you. Something, anything, an urge to masturbate at one of the better looking guards. Give me anything at this point, any piece of passion or inspiration. And once that gets lit again and inspired in you, then you're going to know, oh my God, why did I allow this for so long? Why did I do this for so long? I want to do this now. I want to be this. And the rest is going to be history. But first, we got to relight your flame. You see? Because again, right now, and that's part of my gospel of lukewarm. Right now, you're lukewarm, man. It's not even lukewarm. You're cold as ice spiritually. You're dead. You got no fire and passion and inspiration in you. We got to reignite that.
What is the date of the camp?
Yeah, right. You all want me. You all want to have. It's probably the best content ever for all of us. I'd probably actually wind up going somewhere with it. But again, at some point, we may do something like that. It'd probably be the best content ever. I might go viral for it. I might make a ton of bucks for it too. Should I have to do that? Right? And maybe
everybody else does.
There you go. Everybody else does. That's always a great fallback logic. My point is, sir, from now till whenever I start the camp, you need to start. If what I'm saying, this is always the key. If what I'm saying is true for you, don't make it true for you because I'm saying it. If what I'm saying is true for me, so it's true for you and you resonate with it, then set the intention. I'm going to live the rest of my life, or you know what? Fuck the rest of our life. We never know. I'm going to live the rest of today like an addict does, with radical accountability and authenticity. I'm going to live the rest of today pushing boundaries somewhere in my life where I'm a scared ass bitch and be more real. Pick something. I don't care what it is. Start small if you need to. Walk before or crawl before we could walk, rather, right? So there's certain intuitive ways that if you sit with yourself and reverse engineer why you're the way you are, what you're missing, what you may need, and what it's going to take to get there, you will intuitively come to certain practices where you say, this is kind of even fun. I'm scared, but I'm kind of liking this. That's the key. Ask all the people who come here. They say, Julian's crazy for listening to Paulie. Boy, he's not listening to me. He's listening to his spirit. I'm just speaking the same spirit that lives in him that got put there in all of us. And when he starts to do these things with legal lawful, he goes, this is scary, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of interesting. I'm learning more about me. I'm kind of getting results here. I'm actualizing and realizing this is the thing, right? This is the only thing, what you start to realize. So, yeah, man, there's different ways you can do it. Start to push yourself in certain ways. Do a 32-day fast like I did if you feel like you're up to it. I did it mostly for health reasons, but it became like a few days in, it became a test of will. It became I'm going to keep going. You know, I'm not going to give in to, I'm going to see where this takes me as well, because I'm curious. You got to be alive and curious and inspired and in wonder and in reverence and want to know and want to learn and want to know more about yourself. Find out what you're capable of, right? I'm sure in certain things in your life, you've never really pushed yourself to find out what you're truly capable of. That's why you sound like a dead fish. Well, start doing it. And then you're going to come back here lit up and inspired and alive. And you're going to say, Paulie boy, I'm pushing boundaries. I'm having fun. I'm learning more about me. My bitch is alive. She's kind of put off too. She's kind of like, what is this going on? And are we being safe and careful? But okay, whatever. Let's try it out. If she's a rider, she's going to let you live and breathe and work your shit out and love you and try to understand it. Right. And you guys are going to rediscover yourselves and each other, and you're going to rediscover life. And then we're going to get back together and we're going to move and work in essence. Right?
You reckon going out and getting pulled over right away would be a start?
Listen, I'm not going to tell you to do anything I wouldn't do. And again, you got to survey the scene, bro. you got to ask yourself, how important is that woman and whatever else is attached to you as far as keeping them, presuming you can even do that, right? What are you willing to risk and gamble here? Is she down for the ride? Is she going to love you and stay together no matter what? Does she support this journey for actualization and realization? Sky's the limit then. You know how much more exciting and interesting and inspiring it is when you got a real woman to your side who says, I love you and support you no matter what, as long as you're not causing loss, injury, and harm. Do whatever the fuck you want to do out here. Get him, tiger. Yeah, we can really go somewhere with this. But if you ain't got that, she's got to go too. I don't care if she's listening or not. She knows what the fuck I'm saying is true.
Well, there you go.
She wants that. I don't even care if she gets jealous of it and winds up resenting it. And somewhere in her, she wants that. She wants to see you become the motherfucker you're meant to be. So she can go, that's my man right there. So do I, bro. By the way, I don't care how I came at you and how it feels. If it feels anyway, so do I.
No worries. I appreciate that, man. I know you're a true man.
I'm working on it, bro. I don't know if I could even call myself that. I'm sure I have plenty of more that I'm not doing that I need to be. I know I do. So let's not even get into that. We're all on the journey to becoming, and we ain't there yet, but we know how to get there, and we're going to adhere to that as much as we can. That's all that it is. Because we know we need that. Because we know there's nothing else to do here, right? When we really get down to it, what the fuck else are you going to do here that's really going to light you up, inspire you, excite you, entertain you, and make this life worth living? I don't know. Maybe you got it all. Maybe you got the answers. That's not me. That's not a me thing, right? The world don't really have much else for me. I've seen it all and done it all to a certain extent. And the rest of it is worldly. It doesn't fulfill me. It doesn't satiate me. It doesn't get my dick hard. I'm going to be lewd, crude, and rude. But I'm going to be real. Doesn't get me up in the morning. Doesn't excite me and inspire me. Doesn't keep me here with a passion and a fervor and a zest for life. You got to find that again. If you ever found it at all. Hey, most people here never find it at all. Because the world doesn't want that from them, doesn't demand that from them. It wants and demands other things, cooperation, compliance, right? Compensation. So we know why this is the way that it is. We know why this is the predominant condition, and we know how to get out of it, or at least work our way into a new true enough for ourselves and each other, to where we kind of like ourselves more and are feeling a little bit different about life and our prospects in the future, right? We're no longer living in the past. We're right here in the present moment, and we're excited about the future because now there's opportunity. Now there's true meaning and purpose and values and power in your lifestyle system, in your system's dynamics. Thank you, Keith. Keith writes, good night, guys. Salute to you. So give me your final words, questions, comments, concerns. We're coming up on the 3rd hour. I want to get back to a couple articles. If there's some other calls, I'm not trying to brush you off. I'm just saying, I don't want to, overdo it. I already came down kind of hard on you, some will say, and I'm sure that's in me too. I've learned to put that aside because I feel like you said in the beginning, folks are walking through life in a hypnosis and a trance. And sometimes you need me to cave the roof in on you so we can start to rebuild a new foundation, so to speak. Right. And that's pretty much what I do here. A lot of it is for effect, but it really is founded in authenticity. And a lot of it is inspired by me, again, looking at me and talking to me. So if you felt offended, thinking that I'm talking to you, and this isn't excuse or justification, I'm just rationalizing and telling you part of what I do and what it feels like. I'm looking at me and talking to the same being in me on both sides that I'm talking to you as. So if you don't like that or you don't agree with it, just understand this is my process, program, and procedure and how I look at it and talk to myself so I can go to the next level, whatever that means. Right.
Right. So I'll point out to you real quickly because I got your face in my big screen here, and you're pointing at me. And there's an old Indian proverb that if you're pointing one finger at somebody, take note. There's 3 fingers pointing back at you. So whatever you see in other folks is inside of you as well. I just throw that out at you.
And I couldn't do what I do if I don't cop to that day one. That the coward. This is why I coined the term "Nama slave," sir. You know, namaste. Well, here we do Nama slave because these folks in toxic positivity want to see the best in everything and ignore the worst. That's how the worst takes over. So we have to balance that out here. We have to be their enemy because they're in imbalance. We're their enemy because they're in imbalance. So we say here, Nama slave. I see the slave in you that I see in me. And I understand that we got to check that and direct that. If not, the goodness and greatness is lost, sir. So I understand that more than anybody. You're talking to coward number 1 here when he's talking to you about your cowardice. That's why I'm so passionate about this, because I need it the most.
Well, we'll be in touch again, I'm sure, man. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate you respecting what I do here, for better or worse, and having the courage to come up here and face what I'm going to say, whether it's true or not, and surrendering to the moment, not to me, and allowing me to, quote unquote, do my worst that I consider my best, and not taking it personal at me and getting reactive to me. So you already got a great start, because I see that manhood in you to be able to do that. Because most of these bitch ass motherfuckers, they won't come up here. They won't put themselves on a simulation trial. They won't let me cave the roof in on them and not get reactive and take it personal and act out on me, whether I'm right or wrong or not, right? They won't submit to the moment and the potential upgrade of truth. So they ain't ready. Right. Right. So
yes, sir.
I appreciate that. And I respect that.
I'll let you finish your broadcast, my man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm here for you, man. Anytime, questions, comments, concerns, updates, suggestions, right? You want to come back here tomorrow and every day after, whenever I'm here, throw something at me. You want to fuck with me a little bit, right? Mix it up, bro. Use me, don't abuse me.
That.
Hey, this is another thing. This is now you're going to be your homework. You can come on here anytime, because I don't think you're going to abuse it. And if you want to test and play with me a little bit as far as authenticity and accountability, throw something at me and let me throw something back, and let's work it, because steel sharpens steel, man. Right? You know, don't be afraid of it. Don't be intimidated. Come in here, have your fucking way with this place till I, give you the, okay, bro, if I have to, okay, bro, relax. Let's go here with it. Right. But use me, don't abuse me. And I'm your best friend and ally. You abuse me or you deny this truth and be ignoring and arrogant about it, I'm gonna be all over your ass, and I have to be, right? And I think you know that. So I appreciate you and respect you.
All right, my name is Marcello.
I got that, Marcello. Paisan.
There you go, buddy.
What's the? Oh, you don't want to give your family name, probably. I was curious about.
Yeah, I'll tell you what my family name means. It means justice. It means of the justice.
There you go. And my family name means the door to.
There you go.
So there you go. Between the two of us, the door to justice. Thank you, sir.
For that. There you go. We will be in touch.
Salute. All right. Audience, did I do the thing? Did the gorilla Did the gorilla on this one, or how did that go? From the cheap seats? No, not the cheap seats. From the free seats. Yeah, man. Again, I'm just tapping into the coward in me and talking about it. I'm just tapping into the God in me and talking about it. And at certain times, I show them too here, right? You take the good with the bad. So, new guru, he'll go back to looping. Relapse is part of recovery, sir. In AAA style. We all loop and then break the loop to go back to the loop to realize we need to break the loop historically, right? If we do it on a macro level, it means we do it on a micro level because one follows the other, right? So, such is life. There'll never be a dull moment here. Can we get to it? We never got to it. I literally fucking buried the lead. I'm 2 hours and 15 minutes in and never got to the video that I used a thumbnail and a title for. Who really cares? We're for the most part out of the algorithm. It's mostly core folks here. They know what they're coming here for. They either getting it or they're not. They usually don't leave disappointed. Unless they see me naked. That's disconcerting. That happens sometimes here. It's crazy. It's wild. Let's go this guy. Sovereign citizen guy. Goes nuts at court because he's desperate and got something to prove and deep in pride and ego, and he's going to react and act out at the court, which is the worst place to do it, and probably get nowhere and embarrass himself and everybody else who does this when none of that was necessary or is it helpful? So let's see what I'm guessing. I didn't see it yet. We're watching a lot. Most of this stuff we're watching together. If I view anything, it's the first 30 seconds. Minute, if I view it at all. So that's part of the fun you get here. It's inclusive. We're doing this together. We're all in this together.
We're in Mountain Brook, and he can't even say he took an oath of office. I mean, this is embarrassing. Embarrassing to the entire country here that we're in court and to make any sense we took an oath of office. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
By the way, if you wonder why, when they say to me, Paulie, why don't you record at court and all the rest of us to avoid acting like this? See, I'm smart enough to know myself, dumb enough to know myself, that if you turn a camera on me at court, it's going to change even the most slight, subtle way how I present myself. It's unavoidable. Notice right there in the middle of his ranting, you got to watch for the cues. Right in the middle of his yelling and ranting, he's checking down at the audience and at the screen. He's doing this for the clicks and the views for a viral moment. He's not doing this because it's really his conviction in his heart. When you do this like I do with conviction in your heart, we don't need to tape it and record it. It's all on record. You want to find out what I did and what I said, go pay the $20 fucking, you cheap ass slave, and go get all the documents. They did it before. The guys who wanted to hem me up and set me up, they went and paid and got everything and they read through it and they lost their minds because they couldn't believe everything I've said has been true. Trust me. They'd have exposed me by now. Trust life, not me. I'd have been exposed by now if I didn't do what the fuck I'm saying I'm doing. So again, don't go to court for clicks and views and viral moments. There's no need to even record there. It's all being recorded on record. There's record of everything. Folks want to go verify who and what you are, they can go get it and find it. Again, you're there as a reverent being. It's a solemn event because it's simulated warfare and we don't have a claimant on the other side. There's no one to go to war with. You know why? Because in this life, even court reflects to you, you're your own worst enemy. See how that works? There's no claimant on the other side. There's no enemy. There's no one to go against. There's no one to fight. There's a shell with a shell with a shell within a shell and a complaint and nobody there. And you're going to convict yourself one way or the other. Such is life.
Oh, right here? I'm the administrator for that matter. I said I'm the administrator for that matter. Your Honor, you'll never stand over me. So when you say I understand, please elaborate. Do you understand the charge of trespassing? No man will ever stand over me, sir. So please say it again. I'm sorry. Okay.
So now we're going to stop every little piece of this to do the comment because we need to. You're now pissing this guy off. If I was there, If you were in my court here and you did this with me, trying to act like you knew something, you'd piss me off. And I'm on your side. I'm on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith side. I can't be on the side of this. This is power game nonsense. He asked you a question. Give whatever answer you need or stand mute. Stop answering a question with a question. That's the bitch ass hoe shit. I know how to take this. I'm gonna take this off. The banner situation. I don't need it anyway. We're LARPing anyway. We're LARPing, non-LARPing for effect. I don't need the headline here that I'm working for a non-existent 666 district court to mock what's going on here in a Saturnalian fashion. So stop with the I'm intelligent, I'm powerful, I know everything game. You're not, you don't. It's not working. He doesn't care. Let's get to the point. I don't stand under. I know what understand means. I don't stand under. You've never seen or heard me play this game with them. If anything, I say I comprehend what you put forth. That means I know what you're saying, but I don't stand under it. See how that works? I comprehend what you're saying. Or I accept your belief about what you're saying. Stop question with a question back and forth, being fucking creating controversy and being belligerent and combative, trying to play a fucking gotcha game with him. You don't think all human beings know what that is? That's not how you court and honor in good faith. That's how you get thrown the fuck out of there on your ass. Or actually, that's how you get like 90 days or more in contempt, because you're being contemptuous. You came in there with preconceived notions, angry and vengeful and retributive, and wanted to go off and act out like a child and prove a point, and all you did was undo your own foundational grounding. Great job. Bravo. So I don't like and respect most of you motherfuckers. You can't be taught. You can't be shown. You don't take to it like water. It flows off you like water off a duck's back. And then you want to get on the internet and try to go viral. And if you go viral, want to pop shit and act like you did something and like you're about something. It's pure embarrassment. How about just no? Do you understand the charges? No, I do not. Well, can we help you understand them? I don't think there's any way that I can understand how policies and codes can run my life as a man under God with God-given rights. Done and over. No one can even argue with that. You make it so easy to slave you because you're fucking argumentative in a negative sense. Because the etymology of argument or argue means to make clear and presently known or polished. If you were polished and made the truth clear and presently known, I wouldn't be commenting on anything you're doing and saying.
Before I plead, I need to know that I was told that you're a man of God, and I was told that you took an oath of office. Did you take an oath of office?
I am not answering questions. This is an arraignment.
You're not going to answer. You're supposed to be the judge, correct? You're not going to tell me whether you took an oath of office or not.
Have you removed from the courtroom? You can plead on this charge. And what we will do is then set you plead guilty, and we'll go one course. If you plead not guilty, then I'll set your case down for the trial.
You're not going to tell me whether you took an oath to office. You're a judge to this county of Mount Brick. Why?
This is why you don't even enter into an argument with them. It's not going to benefit you. 3 to 5 line claim on paper. The original one that I use, I took a foundation from Carl Lentz and I built upon it. But don't build too much. Where's Julian? You want to get him up here? We can show what he did. He doesn't like how it feels. Whatever. We're working here, bro. And Julian's not one of those. So he's here for the truth and the experience. He doesn't care about his pride and his ego. If we got to fucking burn that all up in one moment for everybody to get to something here, that's what happens. But should we show how he added on with his legalese and his attempts to cite the Constitution and say the charges were illegitimate and all the rest of this? No. We don't want to do none of that. That's controversy. That's contemptuous. That's belligerent. We want 3 to 5 line claim. I, Paul Laporta family, am not the surety for the entity known as Paul Ryan Laporta in all capital letters. I am, in fact, a man here today to compensate for any wrong I have done. If no man or woman comes forth with a valid verified claim of loss, injury, harm, or a debt owed, I require this matter be discharged immediately and all property restored to its original location and condition, including the body of I, done and over. Nothing to talk about. Nothing to go back and forth about. That's why you ain't going to go viral. That's why there's no point in in recording my court presentment. Because it's that every time. There's nothing before or after that, and there's nothing to talk about. It's every element in one. It challenges every element without challenging any element directly. There's no belligerent, combative, contemptuous controversy there. There's literally 3 to 5 elements that needs to happen in that claim to move a court, and none of it gives life or energy to anything on the quote-unquote other side or the legal side. When nobody steps forward and there's nobody on the other side and the prosecutor is knocked out of the box because they have no firsthand knowledge and they're not the claimant on the charging instrument, you win by default. How to win without fighting, how to understand they're beaten before they started. You gave them the victory right here by fighting with nothing, shadow boxing yourself with no claim on record. The claim is on record. It's very simple. Administrator, magistrate, did you get my claim on file? Did you read it? Do you understand it? If yes, great. I got nothing else to say. I'm going to stand mute. I have that right. If you did receive it and you don't understand it, how can I help you understand it? You now take over the role of what he's doing. We're not answering to his claims and their claims and all the rest of it. I don't know nothing about that. I'm going to take what you call the Fifth Amendment. I don't cite amendments for where you get rights. In life, I'm allowed to not have to answer you. I don't have to answer you. Every man knows that as common sense. Fuck an amendment. So, did you get the claim? Yes or no? No? Okay, I have one right here. Here you go. Passes it over. While you're getting that, you move like the attorney does. You don't talk like them and look like them, but you move like they do with a sense of timing. Bailiff creature, administrator says they didn't get the paperwork here. Okay, bailiff, could you go and get that while he's on his way over? And I hope you don't mind if while he comes and gets this, I read into the record this claim. No, go ahead, Paulie boy, because he's got to go and get that and pass it over here. And you got about 20 seconds to get this in there like I just did a minute ago. So as he's grabbing that paper and he's moving it over, I'm making a verbal record on record of what that claim reads, and I'm reading it into the record. Thank you, sir. Like we're doing business. Thank you, sir. You gave me the floor. I put my claim on record, which you should have no problem with, unless the guy's going to be an absolute corrupt prick, in which case, shut the fuck up, make sure the claim is on file, and just let it ride, because they're going to do what they're going to do no matter what. And there's a good chance if you got something on record and they don't have anybody on the other side, you're going to get a default dismissal. They're not going to want to go to trial. They can't litigate it. You got to convict yourself some way, somehow. So that's pretty much, as far as I'm concerned, that's what I keep using. It keeps working. And it's not that I'm using it and it's working. It's that it's part of the core of who and what I am at this point. It emanates from my beingness. I could put the claim on file, blindfolded. I could move it. When I move it, they believe me. That's all it is. All the rest of this shit is performance and theatrics and acting out and being childish, dishonorable, bad faith, combative, contemptuous. It's the opposite of what courting is supposed to be and look like, okay? And that's why the last time I went, woman said, ROR, Paulie boy's been in the box 2 days. He's got meets none of the conditions, whatever. We don't care. Oh, he hasn't been to court 3 times in 11. No, we don't care. ROR him. Paulie boy, you got court this day. Came back one time. Did you get the claim on file? First of all, I came out of the box with it. Ma'am, did you get my claim? I gave it to the CO. Did he put it on the record? Are we competent, capable here? Yeah, I got it, Paulie boy. Okay, you wouldn't mind Miss Vega if I read it into the record, would you? That was her name, Miss Vega. No, Paulie boy, go ahead. She was rather impressed. Here comes old Paulie boy after 3 days in the box, out of there in the orange suit, chained to the desk, and he's moving court. Look at you go, Paulie boy. You little sovereign citizen, you. Yeah, mama was feeling it. I was in the groove. I knew what I came to do. I came to sit in the box and put that shit on record. She could feel it. That's pimping and playing. Proper instruction motivates people. We don't sell pussy and body parts here. If you want that, hit up your local politicians. The Epstein files. So, yeah. Put it on file right there. First day right out of the box on the Zoom call. ROR me right there. Here's your court date. Come back. I said, you know what? I'm not going to not go like I did the other times. This one, I'm going to take it all the way through and get the dismissal. Come back. You got the claim on file. We went over this the first time. Do we have any claimant on the other side? Doesn't look like we do. Paulie boy, the court would love to rule in your favor. But you're just going to need to sign one last document. I've talked about this a few times. The attorney sheet. Sign the sheet that says you don't need attorney. The only problem with that sheet is on the other half of the sheet, it also says you understand that if you're found guilty, they can put you in jail for X amount of days. I laughed. Said, ma'am, I can't sign that. You know as well as I do, I can't sign that. Furthermore, your code and policy reads, I don't need to sign any documentation for waiver of counsel. A simple audible no will suffice. See, this is the point. The paper is the whole case in the legal system, but in a real lawful court, if they want to be honorable and good faith on either side, your word is as good as gold. I just raise my hand and testify. If not, if it's off with my head. I don't have to write shit down. I don't have to present you with nothing. I'm the living man with the living word. So, she knows that I know that she knows that I know. Right. So I said to her, you know what? Because this is how courteous I am. I'm so fucking loving and giving and magnanimous. You wouldn't even know it. I said to her, ma'am, you know as well as I do, but I'll double check. I don't believe that even on the legal side, your state code requires a man to have to sign a paper in order to waiver of counsel. It's the instruction there is a simple, audible response. But I will make the accounting for this court a lot easier, and I will send over my own handwritten claim by this afternoon to secure that understanding for you all, because I'm a friend of the court. You would have thought if you watched this broadcast, Paulie boy hated cops and courts and all the rest of it. Oh no, that's the castrated and all the ones who pop shit and can't stand on it. Paulie's a friend of the court. I'm here to uphold the law and rights and oriented toward justice. Can't you tell? So no problem, Miss Vega. I love you. You love me. More importantly, we love truth. We love rights and freedom. We love the law and the philosophy behind it. So don't worry, Miss Vega. I know that you know that I know that you know that I don't have to sign a paper to waiver a counsel. I gave you the audible no, but I'll have a handwritten claim sent over that I don't require the assistance of counsel. And I'm even going to sign it for you and give you a securitized instrument that you can make money off of. You like money. You all love money. And it'll be a lot easier for your risk management side and the accounting team, right? This way everything's accounted for. Like I'm that stupid, but hey, I respect that bitch's pimping and playing. That's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to go, Paulie boy, you're a man, right? You got rights and freedom principles, faith, right? You're running this game, right? Game, no game. You're in the law, right? Well, just sign this paper that says you don't need counsel and also writes a blank check for you to go to jail if we decide to right here today. No, thanks. I don't understand that if I'm found guilty, I'm going to spend X amount of days in jail. I don't understand nothing now. I'm not signing nothing. And it's so fascinating how they put it on the same sheet just for that reason, right? We got a call here. Only broadcast that calls you back. Yeah, there's no coincidence they put them both. Fuck, I'm giving out people's numbers now. God damn it.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Good, we don't really break the algorithm too much and get in here because I do careless and stupid shit like that, like share people's numbers and whatnot. I mean, whatever, you know. We'll get over it. The retarded trolls from this broadcast start calling you, whatever. We'll change the number. We'll figure it out. We'll get over it. Yeah. That guy's not answering this guy either in chat. But yeah, they're so funny how they run their game, right? They put the waiver of counsel sheet, which is fairly innocuous. Fairly unimportant sort of signature and admission, and they have a dual notice or acceptance contract there, right? But not only are you waiving the attorney need for counsel, but you're understanding that you accept to go to jail for a violation of code if they say you're going to, right? That's not a coincidence. And that's why right after I said that and sent it over, I never even sent one over. And you know what? That's probably bad on me. because I told her I would, but I did qualify. I do what they do. I said, Miss Vega, if it's necessary for you, if you feel it necessary and proper for you, I will go out of my way to provide you a handwritten claim that I don't require assistance of counsel. We didn't need to, though, because she dismissed it. 360. Why does this guy keep doing that? Come on, bro, get your shit together. Unless it's me, which it wouldn't surprise me. If it is, tell me to go fuck myself. Wouldn't be the first time. I may need it. I could use a good fucking of myself. Get all this tension out. They say that sometimes my audience, they say Paulie Boy needs to fuck himself more often so he can relax a little bit. Very uptight. No one else is going to fuck him. He needs to fuck himself. I'll get to it. Don't worry. Right. God damn it, Paul. Taxes paid for courts to ask innocent people to pay money for anything needed to prove themselves innocent. Doesn't sound like innocent till proven guilty. Can anyone explain that to me and make, I'm guessing, sense? No, because it doesn't make sense. Complete inversion of the foundational principles of the law of this land and spiritual law. Innocent till proven guilty. No, here you're oftentimes guilty till proven innocent. And again, why does that happen? Because 85% of you, we know, this isn't a theory. We know, Honorable Judge Unslavin here and the rest of the court personnel know that 85% of you are dyed-in-the-wool, cowardly, bitch-ass slaves who are vaxxed, taxed, and laxed. Of course you're presumed to be guilty till proven innocent, just like on this broadcast. You don't see how I deal with the public? I say, hey, public, how are you? How you lying, cheating, stealing today? How much of a bitch-ass motherfucker? Oh, you're not? Wow, tell me about that. And I sit back and I start listening, right? But till you show that, till I feel that and see that and know that like I know my name, yeah, I'm going to presume and assume what's based in probability because that's logical. You don't like that? Call up Marcelo, and you and him can get mad at the fact that you all did it. We all did it up to a certain point till we stop, right? If you want the inclusive statement. So yeah, you took a system of innocent till proven guilty, which is supposed to be run by a bunch of pure-hearted, innocent people doing good and great things, and you turned it into guilty till proven innocent because 85% or more of you statistically are dyed-in-the-wool, vaxxed, taxed, and laxed, genocidal fucking slaves. Voting and paying for your masters to run your life with code. You all did that. And I think somebody contributed to me because they love me. Someone, when somebody loves somebody sometimes. You know that my channel is an anomaly because I have a large contingent of folks over 55. I'm in my 30s, but like 30% of my audience is over 55, 60. So sometimes I got to play to the balcony. Everybody loves somebody sometime. Who is that? Oh, Bing. I think is that Bing Crosby? Frankie. Like the old cartoons. Okay, something else. We got a shirt here. D.H. Jones is sending me pictures of the shirt proof. I don't know, Ace. We're going to have to check that. I think you're going to have to find a new printer, man, because, and even although I see it's taped on. Yeah, we can't do that. Ace, if you're watching, and you should know this. You should be able to look at this and know this. That doesn't work. Right? We need, because I sent you the one that I think, and you're going to do what you're going to do. I'm not going to look the gift horse in the mouth. If you want me to design it the way I think it should be designed, it should be like as professional as possible. Even if you got to make less of them. Right? So, and the shirt that I want, he's there now. The shirt that I would like to happen is it covers this whole thing. Not right here. This whole thing. Where do I have it? I have my shirt back here. Why am I pointing? We have it, Senator. We have it. Mr. Corleone was in the olive oil business. We don't know anything about this murder for money. Right. Bam. See that? No, I don't know if that's possible. We may have to rework the image based on dimensions, but I need this. I need the whole thing. Like those old shirts we used to wear from the flea market in the ghetto. It had the big king on it. Big card with the king of hearts across the whole thing. All right, Ace, let's try to be quick. I don't want to brush you off, but I do want to get to. Oh no, we got to finish. We never finished Sovereign Guy because somebody called me. I'm all over the place. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yo.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Right. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, I know, I get it. The whole back of the T-shirt. So tomorrow, because at this shop they could only go a certain size. So
I think we should do it on the front. I think we should do it on the front. No.
As well, yeah.
Or you're gonna try both sides.
Both sides.
Okay, yeah, it may be too much. If that's the case, I think because originally I was like maybe the backside, because then if you're online at the store, then people could read it while you're standing there. But then I'm like, most people are. I would think you're walking toward them if they're going to read something. If that makes sense, that might sound stupid because equally amount of people you're walking away from. And then the other thing I thought of was, I need my people to feel safe. Okay. I'm big on safety and governance, and I know how I am. I don't want it. I'm cool with I have my days where I want to trigger everyone and anyone, right? As you can see, pretty much Monday through Sunday are my days. You might be a Tuesday and Thursday person, and you don't want to trigger some rabid slave behind you in line whose vaccine might kick in, and they might bite you in the back of the neck, and you can't prepare for that. You want someone coming at you triggered, right? So if anything, they got to double back on you. But by then you've seen them. You say, oh, I seen that slave. I seen the vaccine kick in his eye. I seen him get that look because he gave me the look at the shirt. And now I'm checking on him. He's double backing, right? And now you get ready with like the can of coffee grounds. Hit him in the head. If you have to. If you have to. So yeah, I thought about that. This is just better all around. Most people are going to be reading shit when you're walking at them. If they're going to read it, they're going to be behind you. Then they might get triggered and vaxxed out and attack you, and you can't see it coming. And now I got a whole 30 people out there somewhere get bit by a zombie slave and say, I made him do it, right? Now, we might go viral for that. Like we did. It doesn't really do much for us. They go viral over there, and then maybe like a few hundred people come over here just to tell me I'm an idiot. And that's pretty much it. But
well, tomorrow I'm gonna go check it out, and then I'll send you some pictures. But yeah, I'll work on it. Yeah.
Cool. All right, man. I appreciate Chase. Good deal, bro.
Good deal. All right, big dog. Talk to you later.
Hey, and update me on that car. I want to see more action with you in the car if you're into it. If you're not, I don't want to push you to do something you're not ready for because it's heavy. I get it.
We're doing it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right, brother.
Later, big dog. All right.
All right, Ace Jones. Yeah, he's got an interesting vehicle over there. It says not a corporate slave, and it has the branding for the channel. And he's got no tags or anything on it. So it was funny. He rode to the middle of the town in LA City. He's in the middle of a busy city street in LA somewhere. And he's walking into the cops telling him he's got a car outside with no plates or nothing. And they won't even talk to him. He said, that's it. See, those are the moments that they just get lost in the sauce here because format is big. Like we could go viral here if all of these things in a 3 or 6 hour broadcast we took and just put out on their own, hundreds of them over time. And we had better cameras and production, right? Because it's like he's in the middle of the city with a car painted up with nothing on it. Nobody. He's walking and going, I'm pissed off. I'm gonna travel. You're not gonna stop me. And they're like, yeah, whatever, bud. We'll see you later. They don't even care. That's a weird place to be, where you're like, like now down and ready for the interaction. Now you have to like just ride around and wait for it, and know that it's gonna come at some point, but you don't know when, right? And that's the weird thing about it. You try to get the interaction directly with them. They're like, no, this isn't how this works. It almost throws them off. See, that's what I like to do too. I'm big on the troll that takes all the surprise out of the supposed attack. You catch everyone off guard. Like, wait, you have nothing, but you're here in our face at the precinct with a car outside? Yeah, they're like, we don't know what to do in that case because we never dealt with that. That's where the power and the value is. You got to have some of those experiences in life. If not, what are we doing here? Right. All right, let's finish your boy. My balls itch is out of here. Good night. I'm fading fast. I get it. You guys got to take care of yourself. Get the hell out of here. Save your spot. Come back tomorrow. Finish the rest of it. I don't like doing these late ones for that reason, among other reasons, because I keep you guys here. You're locked in. And then you don't get to bed the time you normally do. And then you're like sleeping all the next day. And next thing you know, you're vaxxed out zombie slave and you're biting me on the back of the neck because you just saw my shirt that says you're a zombie slave. And we just came full circle. Get some rest, people. Get your beauty rest. And Slavian's work is never done here. Paul and Slave's work, never done. All right, we'll do a couple more here. A little bit of, we're just trying to see what you're doing. Here's the deal. Here's how it's going to go. Why don't you give us some ID? Did we do this one yesterday? I think we did actually yesterday. All right, let's do the other one. No, we never finished this guy. We got to finish this guy. Then we're back to this one. Right.
Why can't you tell me if you took an oath of office? It would proceed to say that you did take an oath of office. You're going to remove me, so you're just going to make me leave. You're not going to tell me whether you took an oath of office or not. I'm being removed? Why am I being removed for? I didn't enter a plea. I didn't say anything, sir. I'm going. Why can't you tell me if he's going to take an oath of office? Did you take an oath of office?
It's time to go.
Okay. Hold on. What trial? I didn't take a plea. What are you talking about? How can you make it?
Your verbiage is not helping. I think your verbiage is not guilty unless you want to plead guilty. I said, did you take an oath of office? And you won't respond to me. Why won't you respond to me, sir? Did you not take an oath? Did you not take an oath to defend God, this country, and the children around the world? Really? Seriously, I can't believe this. I'm in Mount Brook Court, and the judge won't tell me whether he took an oath to all this country coming to is what I don't understand. Well, I'm not taking no paper from you. I mean, this country, you did take an oath to office, did you? You did take an oath of office.
Defective fucking mental
you didn't take an oath of office.
That's what you guys are in the freedom movement. You're morons. Everywhere you're morons.
Other cases we have to get to. So
this man did not take an oath of office. The judge here did not take an oath of office. We're in Mount Brook, and he can't even say he took an oath of office. I mean, this is embarrassing. Embarrassing the entire country here that we're in court and to make any sense. We took an oath of office.
You guys are fucking pathetic.
I'm going right now. But this is a disgrace to this country. I surely hope that you took an oath of office. Will you not answer my question?
No, I'm not.
So you didn't take an oath of office to defend the people around the world? Seriously, I cannot believe this. In America right now, we got people, the judge he won't even tell me if he took an oath of office. This man won't even tell me if he took an oath of office. Y'all going into somebody that won't even say he defends the country, that he defends the United States of America.
You can't even baby up in your butt.
This is crazy. None of y'all people, none of you care about it. Why am I the only one that cares? Why am I the only ones that cares about this? Huh? Nobody cares about this. What is wrong with every one of it? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing in here? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
What did they tell you? Yeah. I do care about our kids. My daughter is a Birmingham police officer. So.
Did he take an oath of office? Because the policeman wouldn't even tell me he took an oath of office. The judge wouldn't even tell me. He wouldn't even tell me. He would not tell me. I asked him, did he take an oath of office? You know what he said? I don't have to answer that. He told me he didn't have to answer that. He told me he didn't have to answer that. Thank you. There's one person that agrees with me. Oh, so thank you. So y'all all agree with me. This judge you're going to see right now will not say he took an oath of office. I cannot believe this. In America, the judge don't even take oaths of offices anymore. This is crazy. I cannot believe I did not enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. I did not do anything because He wouldn't tell me if I took it. He wouldn't take any of my documents. I've got all these affidavits right here. And he would. Calm down, Christopher. I'll be back later.
Yeah, and then these are the guys who come to me and go, what? Did I do great at court? And I go, not really. Not exactly. I've seen worse, but it could have went a little better. But that's that. We're doing clicks and views and viral moments and acting out and trying to prove a point, and the point is lost and you're non-proving of the point. So, all right, let's do a few more. This is, by the way, why everyone gets the rap of crazy sovereign citizen, because you folks want to show up at court like that. And I have to have an hour conversation with everyone in the building about how I'm not you and I'm not here to do what you do. This fucking table too, man. I got to get a whole new setup. I got a new chair. Next is a new table. My life will be almost complete at that point. I can't see anything else I could ever possibly need. I have a nice microphone now, decent camera. Although the guy came yesterday, when you know it, and he told me, "What are you, in a trailer filming on a potato?" And I go, No, actually, this is a $300 potato. It's a pretty decent camera. What the fuck? And then I forget I was born in the 80s. And that now a $100 bill is now a $1,000 bill, or vice versa. The thousand's the new 100, right? What used to be $100 now get bust out 1,000 for it. So, you know, I'm still in CompUSA going, I have a great camera. It was over $100. They're like, Paulie boy, McDonald's is over $100 for 2 or 3 people. Right. I forgot about that. I guess I need a $1,000 camera. That was like when O'Shea told me you need a $3,000 computer to fucking live stream. I almost lost my mind. I went, what? I can get a mini helicopter at this point. No, you know what I said? I said, I can get like 10 Furbies with that, like 20 Tamagotchis, like 1,000 Pogs, like 200 Pokemon cards with that. No one knew what I was talking about. I can get like 50 Stretch Armstrongs with that. Nothing. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. What was I saying? Who even cares? Why am I telling you this? Let's move on. What a clown show. We did that yesterday as well. The fake masking where they all said, oh, put your mask on. We got to get filmed, and then took them back off. Judge walked out. Jefferson sent me last night, one of the viewers. Let's go to this. Merry old England. We're across the pond on this one. And we got some folks trying to do some courting, trying to uphold universal law and the law of that land because it's common law, not common practice, common lore, if you ask Mr. Lentz. And the common lore is you're not supposed to cause loss, injury, and harm, and you're supposed to pay your fucking debts. Everything else is fair game for a man once you grow the fuck up, because they used to say, one of these days, Junior, you're going to grow up and you'll do whatever you want to do, as long as you don't cause harm and you pay your fucking debts. Yes, that used to be what was being a man was all about, actually. We don't know about that anymore, apparently. So let's go to them. Let's see the report they have. Because again, this isn't little old Paulie boy and a couple others here. This is a worldwide movement at this point. Okay, so this is on record more and more, and we're seeing results with this.
We're at the Magistrates Court in Norwich. Basically, what just happened is Zach was asked into the ship.
Common law is predominantly common practice, and the common practice nowadays is common LARP. Yes, new gurus on fire tonight. So most of the common people at this point have no more common sense and no more common core understanding of right from wrong. So they just go to common LARPing, you know, acting like state actors and pretending and all the rest of it, right?
He refused to get in the dock. You don't want to be going into the dry dock. And anyway, what's happened is that on questioning the judge has left the room and abandoned his vessel. So Zach here has taken control of the court, taken jurisdiction. So have you got anything to say?
Well, basically, I notified I made it clear to the clerk straight away. He's up, not remaining in honour. That is not clean hands at all. So the captain's abandoned this ship, and I've made it pretty clear enough times, and I've basically said right, I take full jurisdiction of this, and the case is dismissed. The court's been dissolved. And you can see what children would really do. It is wolves in sheep's clothing. It really is.
Yeah.
And they can't handle any truth.
Do you want to show them your hands? The question they didn't want to answer.
Well, basically, we all know what the Black Laws Legalese Dictionary is, and the English Oxford one that we go by. It was just a simple, what language will we be speaking today?
Yeah.
You know, because I won't be acknowledging anything, understanding anything in legalese. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And if there was any problem with that, I'm sure he could have interpreted his spell magic for the audience for the play.
Yeah. Good stuff. Okay. Done and dusted. Right. Good morning, people. Right. So the reason I'm doing this little video is I was having a chat with a few guys yesterday about the weakness of man standing behind paper and legislation, and I've just witnessed it. I've just been into a hearing, a court hearing, just to support someone, and what I witnessed was exactly what I was on about yesterday, about how the man that had gone into the courtroom wanted to establish which languages were going to be spoken, which dictionaries were going to be used, and the whole intention is to sort of create a mood of understanding, if you like, and you know, let's have a chat about this. Now, with that, the judge stood up and walked out. He left the room. You know, in Admiralty Maritime, that is the judge has left the ship, the captain has left his vessel, and it just sort of goes back to the conversation I had yesterday about weak men. You know, these weak men, for the judge, for instance, hide behind a series of paperwork and legislation to justify their actions. But as soon as they're confronted with someone who's quite willing to stand up as a man and say, "Come on, let's talk about this man to man," then they're screwed. They've got nowhere to go. They've never experienced pain. They've probably never done any physical sports. Never been in a situation where they've had to defend themselves or their friends or their families, and it's sickening to watch, actually. The whole system is based on a paper construct, and there isn't actually one man amongst them. Yeah, a disgusting display by the so-called authority that we live under.
Well, right. Because
right, here we are. We're at the mag.
Right, because the supposed authority we live under is not courts and the rules of man. It's become that, and that's why weak men rule over supposed good and great men and have created hard times. Because the supposed good and great men have also become weak. Excuse me. So we're back to, again, home base, and we're back to the Hopi prophecy, and we're back to my last call with the last phone caller. Applies to all of us. See? Across the pond, he just gave you the same rap. We need to be free and unslaved. And the reason we got here is because we've all become a bunch of inauthentic corporate beta males. Weak bitches. He just said it in a long, drawn-out, sophisticated, civilized English London. Well, I love it. I love the accent. I love the whole thing. As long as they're not... Normally, I'd make fun of the accent because they're like effeminate and disempowered and all the rest. That is a man, and he's getting his, stop giving his power away, not taking it back, just stop giving it away. And so then I get back to like loving the people, their culture, their different accents. I find it interesting and exciting, something different here. We get to have fun with it. Yeah, I got no problem with that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna do greater things than I will. Especially if you think I show up to court like I show up here, but okay. You're gonna do greater things than I will if you could show up to court and be nice, kind, and polite, but unwavering in truth. Honorable in good faith. Oh yeah, you're gonna hit it out of the park. And if not, who gives a fuck? You did what you're supposed to do. You could die knowing that. Right? There's something to be said for that idea. So Let's go to Neil Gorsuch again because I brought it up, and this is going to be an evergreen clip. I need to clip it out because this is an hour-long broadcast. Hour-long event, excuse me. I need to take this 1.5, 2 minutes out of here because this is gold. By the way, he's a assistant Supreme Court justice, as I understand. So if you slaves are going to argue at me, you should definitely be able to take it from this guy. When he tells you that you're 10 times more likely on America to be in front of an administrative court, and then describes an administrative court as an actual corporation and all the people as citizens in front of the court as employees of that corporation. Sounds a lot like the rap we've been giving. They've been saying is sovereign citizen. Now your Supreme Court justices are sounding like us. Guess I missed another calling. Guess if I would have went to school, public fool system, and got a degree and a certification, little old Paulie boy could put on his black uniform up there and actually make a judgment and a determination and discernment on right from wrong. Wow, how special, how powerful and majestic. Could also do that right here and do it better than the people paid hundreds and thousands of millions of dollars a year to do it because I'm over a decade ahead of them. Now they're all coming out in the open and admitting it and sounding like me.
Than a federal court. And in these administrative judges, they play prosecutor and judge. And how different is that from the federal judiciary, and why is it increasing so much on the regulatory and the executive
No,
side?
we have to go back. He has to say administrative court.
How different is that from the federal judge? How, like her, really doing people are 10 times. One point you make in the book is how Americans are 10 times more likely to wind up before an administrative judge than a federal court. And in these administrative judges, they play prosecutor and judge. And how different is that from the federal judiciary, and why is it increasing so much on the regulatory and the executive side?
Yeah. So, what are administrative judges? How might you encounter them? If you're regulated like Marty Hahn, for example, the magician, and you are prosecuted by the agency, many of them have the opportunity, rather than to bring their charges against you in court, they can bring them before their own employees, okay? For civil matters. You know, if they want just money from you, just money, right? Or to close your business or to take away your license, right? Your livelihood.
See what he's saying now? Every time you go to traffic court and they don't do nothing to you, but they tell you give them money and they suspend your license, you're in administrative court. They're there to take your benefits and privileges. What they can't do is tell you what to do with your rights and not. That's 90% of courts all over this land are now administrative courts. That's why he said you're 10 times more likely to face them. All these courts you all are going to for misdemeanors and anything without loss, injury, and harm and a lawful claimant are administrative courts. And he just said, if they want to hold you accountable because you're one of their employees, they don't take you to a lawful federal court of United States. They take you to the corporate court, administrative court, because they're going to hold their employees liable. Isn't that what we've been saying this whole time? Is courting? Isn't that what citizenry is? A subject of a self-defined United States defined as a corporation, the citizen defined as a business entity in the United States Code. It's all right there. I was right again. I saw through what 95% of them can't see. Even when I see through it, make all the connections, present it, they still deny it, and it's all right there. That's how they get jurisdiction. Okay? You are a business entity of a business entity in a commercial capacity. You don't know what the law is. You've never lived it, and you've never been at a lawful court. And that's why oftentimes the administrator, the magistrate acts as judge, jury, executioner, prosecutor, everything in between. Because by the time you get in there, you're beaten before you started. These are war masters, just like I teach you how to be in my own way. How to beat them before we start, how to win without fighting. They do the same thing on the other side. By the time you face them, they already got you. They already know you don't know the law. They already know you're dishonorable and bad faith. They already know you're signed in contract as that business entity and have obligations to the legal society. That's why when you show up to try to play your games and talk to them, the judge says, shut up and sit down, fucking slave. Dare you. He's already got the contracts. He's already established jurisdiction. That ship has sailed. See, when they don't have that, court goes very different. They don't talk to you like that. You get the run of the place because they have an established jurisdiction, right?
They call themselves administrative law judges. We used to call them hearing officers, but now they like to wear robes and they have the whole thing. And at any rate, what does that look like? Do you think that administrative law judge, who sometimes reports to the same agency that's prosecuting you, is going to be as fair as somebody who's got life tenure?
That's exactly what it is. And I revealed that to people and they said I was crazy. It's all about safety. No, it's about jurisdiction. Again, people need to go to prison. This is a tongue-in-cheek bit, non-bit. People need to go to prison or go to the ghetto so they can learn psychology once and for all and how prison pimp games work. We got you at the door. See, Dick was paying attention 5 years ago when I pointed out outside the courthouse. I looked around. I says, how are they getting control of everyone who's in this building? Right there at the front door. You got it right from freedom of search and seizure, right? Did you uphold it? Did you invoke it? No. You gave it right up at the door. That means that they verified at the door, you're a bitch-ass slave in so many words. You don't know the law. You don't know your rights. You need governance. Paulie boy, if you remember the video, says, I'm not getting searched. Square one coming through this door. But this is a courthouse. Right. More reason I should be armed. This is where all the criminals are. See how it works? That's why they used to tell me when I was a kid, Paulie boy, you should be a lawyer one day. That was a good way of saying I was able to take their bullshit and put it back on them and show them to be full of shit. Well, yous all have guns in here. Why can't I? Yous are my servant. Servants have more rights and abilities than the men they serve? No. So, yeah, we have a right to bear arms. You want to give that up at the door with a search, right to freedom of search. You gave up 2 rights right at the door before we ever even got into anything. You think they don't know who and what you are and treat you accordingly? Of course they do. Again, either you wouldn't submit to those things and whatever happens, happens, or you do show up at court and you don't submit to those things. That's why another reason that I didn't go to a couple of those court hearings, the videos are all up on my channel. I record myself showing up to court and them saying, we're going to search you because we think you got guns. And I said, I do have guns and I'm taking them in there. I said, no, if you all have guns, you're not coming in here. We're searching you at the door or you don't go to court. I said, that's cool. You just told me I have an option to not have to go to court. I don't really want to go anyway. So cool. You say I don't have rights in your building, must not be for Americans. I don't belong in there. And you just said I'll have an option that I don't have to take it. So I just left because I'm not giving up my rights to do courting when you don't have a victim or a claimant anyway. Never heard anything back from it.
Doesn't care what anybody thinks, right? Nobody, go ahead, right? I don't care, right? That's the beauty of the system. That's how Madison designed it, is so that I could do unpopular things. And I could vindicate people like Marty Hahn when maybe their bosses at the agency wouldn't like that and could retaliate against that person. Do you get a jury? No jury in those cases. No jury. That's gone too. And then what do the procedures look like? Basic procedures, like getting the evidence against you and being able to cross-examine those who are charging you. Those are also very, very different. You may not get the right to cross-examination in those proceedings. And yes, today, according to Professor Jonathan Turley, you are 10 times more likely to wind up in front of one of those judges than a real judge and a jury of your peers. And so I do write about this. This is part of what's happened and changed in my lifetime in our law, and there's more about it in the book.
A couple of questions that were submitted by the audience. What was the biggest surprise to you about joining the court?
Okay, so they're going to
2 things.
Suck his feet now after he just dropped a bomb on everyone that everyone chuckled about and overlooked. He basically just admitted what I've been yelling about for a decade or more, that there's a corporate takeover on this land and they're seating administrative hearing officers at supposed lawful courts that are private administrative corporate venues, and they're overriding the law of the land and your rights using administrative corporate process like they do for an employee and employer scenario. Okay? So you guys might have a big problem on your hands for all you feds who signed up to stop the states and the locals from overthrowing the spirit of the law of the land and federal code. Okay? Whenever you punk ass fucking cowards up there with all your military equipment are ready to come in state to state and arrest all these motherfuckers for sedition and treason and overthrow of the law of the land, it's on you boys. Yous all get paid hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars to do it. I can't do it because you'll have me locked up. Yous all signed up and swore an oath to do it. We're waiting on you now, boys. You don't do your duty and your job. We know where this goes historically. Every fucking time. These fucking slaves. They don't want their rights and freedom, so they don't deserve it in or out of uniform. That's the bottom line. Because where's the fucking outrage? Where's the accountability? Where's the arrests en masse? All right, we'll put that to the side. Supreme Court Justice says you're 10 times more likely to get in front of administrative court hearing officer who isn't going to observe a lawful or legal process. Fascinating. As they pound the table and ask why I'm free. Drinks are on the house. I know you guys have been away for a while. Maybe you didn't know what was going on. Slavery is on the house. Drinks are on the house. Why is he free? Couple more. Water systems in 12 U.S. states targeted in cyber attacks. They're beating the drum heavy on all sides. They're going to do energy crisis.
Now, I'm Austin Westfall. All week, we've been talking about U.S. water systems getting hacked in more than a dozen states. Officials have not announced a definitive attribution. However, multiple news outlets, including the New York Times, say investigators preliminarily believe Iranian hackers were probably responsible. Our sister stations across the country have been reporting on this story, including Fox 5. They're taking a look at how the situation is impacting residents in New Jersey.
The state of New Jersey joins several other states nationwide as officials confirm 2 cyber attacks put municipal water systems at risk.
You know what I learned yesterday, by the way? Double check me, keep me honest, correct me if I'm wrong. Over 85% of your power nationwide is owned by one fucking group of people. Yeah, big surprise. Wonder why Paulie Boy, cheap ass Italian, which is a Jew that doesn't read, by the way. Cheap ass Jew Paulie Boy came up off 10 or 12 grand to get a solar system because the spirit in him said, you better get onto that, Paulie Boy, for whatever reason. I said, I don't want to. I'm not used to big purchases like this. I do without. I live within my means. No, we have to. Why? Well, because 85 to 90% of your stock market is owned by one company, 3 shareholders, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, which is a conglomerate of one company, you could argue. You can make the argument. They'll say, Paulie Boy doesn't understand. Mutual funds eat me. What does DeCastro say? Eat my shorts. You know? Yeah, it's always coincidences, right? 85% of every industry is owned by like 1 or 3 subsidiaries of one conglomeration. So at some point when something mass happens, we could have never seen that coming, right? I wonder how that happened. Oh, it was the Iranians. The Iranians cut off the water and the power grid, right? Just as all the slaves were starting to wake up to the fact that legal's not lawful, they got rights and freedoms and God's going to back them. Yeah. What another coincidence, right? Out of left field, right? Yeah. Wonder why I'm over here for the last 2.5 years in between almost dying from obesity, some might say. I'll lean into it, whatever. I'm over here going, we got to get on this and get the land, because we're on the land here, but it's not, it's just not where we all want to end up, right? So we're looking out, and if not, we'll just work with what we got here. You know, why I'm on this trip of we need a well, we need solar, we need self-sufficiency and sustainability, because they're literally all telling you, like every other day, man, it'd be a real shame if the power grid went down and all the water wasn't there and all the rest of it as they're moving into economic collapse, right? So I'm like, the thing in me is like driving me crazy, right? Going, you better fucking come up off that cash back by nothing, Paulie boy, get some gold and silver, get a fucking well, get some solar going. And I'm having to like, process that. Hello? Hello? The Luciferian demon that constantly tracks and traces me and wants to get a hold of my core to try to stop me from doing what I'm doing for all the slaves out there, just called in. So salute to you, Luciferian demonic creature that inhabits all of the people who come against me. Good to see that you're still doing well, by the way. You're always doing well, like eternally. It doesn't really matter. I mean, you're in hell, but doing well, all things considered. I'd ask how's the family, but I already know, burning on fire like always, right? You know, just another day in hell. All right. That's good though. It's good to know the principalities and high places are viewing. We're censored and shadow banned a lot of other places. With the principalities and high places, the viewership is viewing. Okay. I got a life coach, an ex-life coach that says that's love, by the way, whatever that just was. He keeps telling me that's just love, Paulie boy, take it, accept it. And I go, I don't think that that's what that is. But then again, who am I, right? I got a lot of trauma. Yeah. Let's get back. Where were we? Right, they're going to shut the water off and blame Iran and the sovereign citizens.
Risk last week. Officials with the New Jersey Cybersecurity and Communications Integration Cell described the incidents involved vulnerable internet-exposed control systems and temporarily limited operators' ability to...
Oh, they're going to cut the internet off too. I forgot that.
Cybersecurity expert Ian Marlowe, the CEO of FiTech, explains the intent behind the hackers' attack.
They're actually having the ability to control the water pressure, meaning that they can increase the pressure and cause flooding, or they could decrease the pressure so that you would have a reduced pressure or ultimately have no water flow at all.
State cybersecurity sources tell Fox 5 the hackers used tactics, quote, very similar to the Minnesota incident, which Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz blamed on Iran.
That country struck into the heartland of America through cyber attacks that had not been found by Minnesota and not stopped could have immense consequences.
In both cases, state officials share their staff shifted quickly to manual operations, and there was no disruption to service while customers maintained uninterrupted access to safe drinking water throughout. The state has been working directly with the FBI and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency.
There's three ways to resolve. One is you turn off that front-facing access so that there isn't any access from someone to be able from the outside to get to the device. The good news is when they do that, there's no ability for
This is
them
literally
to
every fucking guy that they go to. This is who runs everything. This is who runs the water, the power, the courts. Slave Link. What's the new Space Force? Every person they go to who runs everything is, you know, they're messing with the water pressure, the Iranians. I got to our water pressure. And they're always laughing at you too. I don't know, these Iranians got to the water pressure. I don't know how they did it. Like laughing and mocking you in your face as they're doing slavery on you, because this is what they're into. it's all some Freudian sub-psychological get back at humanity, because now all the people who got bullied and put in a locker in middle school are running everything. And they're laughing at you. They're like, we have control over everything and we're going to do whatever we want. We're so stupid. While we were like passing all the tests and Polyboy was doing heroin and being fat, because that's what he was good at. We were getting in position to run and own everything. And now we're going to cut it all off and blame Iran. Oops. Don't worry. We're going to keep you safe though, right? They're going to put you in the proverbial locker cosmically. We got an actual clip of apparently what it's looking like and feeling like. I thought it was going to be New World Order, slavery, and genocide. Turns out they just turned the water pressure down, and you're like Kramer and Seinfeld with messed up hair because you have no more water pressure in your shower.
All right, I got everything here. I got the Cyclone F series, Hyperjet Flow, Stockholm Superstream, you name it.
What do you recommend?
No, what are you looking for? It's power, man. Power.
Like Silkwood.
That's for radiation.
That's right.
Now, what is this? That's the Commando 450. I don't sell that one. What about this?
No, that's what we want. It's a Commando 450.
No, believe me. It's one used in the circus. It's for elephants.
We'll pay anything. We've got that. What about James?
You couldn't handle that. He's delicate. Oh, yeah.
Actual footage of the Iranian water pressure crisis. See, I did over sensationalize, not as bad as I thought, but still kind of bad. All right, we had the beta mail update on how they're going to do psyops and blame it on other people to try to get more control over you, because the beta mail class sees that folks are starting to enslave themselves, and it's not pretty and nice and kind and polite. But it is empowering, inspiring, free, and entertaining. It's everything they're not, and that's why they want to put a stop to it. Joe Cool is down there. Joe Cool understands the dynamics of pimping and playing. He's at least part black. You know, I like to joke sometimes he's not really black because he hangs out with life coaches and talks about love. And, you know, I don't think he carries a gun. And he's not black like how I know black, right? Real black. He didn't vote for Joe Biden even. Real black, you know? He understands, though, I suspect, the dynamics of pimping and playing, though. Most African Americans do. Okay? They've seen it up close and personal. There's a beta male dweeb out there somewhere who, if you give him his way, he will strap down and lock down. They already did it, by the way. In the pantaloons with the frilly shirts back in the day. Remember those days? I won't talk about it, but it happened. All the beta males got together in their frilly, light-colored clothes and strapped down all the big black men with their large genitalia and controlled them and dominated them with their system. The only way they could have and knew how, right? Because they just couldn't handle it. NWA was right. I'll say it again. Fear of a black planet. It's a real thing. Okay? These inauthentic corporate beta males are worried, and as they should be. Let's move on. We're learning here. Woman arrested after Facebook post over the water concern. So they're telling you who to blame for the water, and when you talk about what you think it is, they just come and arrest you because, well, I guess that's governance at this point. Safety.
Woman says she was arrested after posting health and safety concerns about a city's drinking water on Facebook. It happened in Trinidad in Henderson County, Southeast.
They did the old mom in Walmart, right? Don't you cry. I'm going to give you something to cry about. Oh, you got safety concerns, huh? Watch when we send a thug SWAT hit team to your house to take you away. That'll switch your concerns about safety, won't it? Like, Mom, I don't think that's how that works.
Alice. People who live there say the tap water sometimes looks and smells unsafe. When one woman shared her take on Facebook, the police department arrested her, and now she's suing. Fox 4's David Centenary is live with more from
That'll teach you to have concerns about safety.
Yeah, well, some city leaders say there are issues with the water system and that there has been for quite some time. However, one woman's claim posted to Facebook that the water is making some people sick led to her being arrested.
Did you ever expect something like that Facebook post could get you arrested?
Not at all.
A Facebook post made by Jennifer Combs, a wife, mother, and citizen journalist, led to her arrest by Trinidad
Yeah, you
Police
slave that
Department
bitch
on
up.
May
You
8th.
teach that bitch a
Did you have to spend
lesson.
the night in jail?
I did.
What was that like?
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
And you've never even had a speeding ticket?
I
in your
have
life?
not ever had a speeding ticket. It was one of the most probably humiliating things I've ever went through in my entire life. It was very, very bad.
So what was the Facebook post about? The city's water supply.
The best way I could describe it is it looks like the Trinity River is flowing from their water taps.
The post from her
Well, that
page.
explains it now. It all comes out in the wash. Pun intended. This woman's an absolute fucking racist. What is your problem? As soon as we have brown water, we have equal opportunity water around here. Okay? We finally gotten the dream that Martin King fucking died for, to have absolute coloristic equality. As soon as the brown water shows up, these fucking white people are up in arms. They got a problem with it. Okay? I see my point I was just making. Fear of a brown and black planet. This woman comes out in her racism talking about the brown and black African American water, and she's swatted immediately and taken to a box. You don't do that. First of all, dummy, we don't have free speech anymore. Could you just fucking stay safe already? God, you would think this dumb bitch would have looked around at people like me and others censored and shadow banned and mocked just, incessantly on the slave book and kind of understand what that is and learn her fucking lesson. These fucking dumb slaves never learn how to just shut up and comply and stay safe, and how to really just take the brown water into you and become one with it. Stop the hate, people.
Southern Bell Watch reads, in part, we have received reports that some citizens have been hospitalized due to bacteria in the water. This is a serious public health concern that deserves immediate attention. If your water looks discolored, contains sediment, has a strong odor, or you have experienced related health issues, please send us a message. We are gathering information and reporting findings to the state.
The police chief had screenshotted it and posted it on the Trinidad Police Department page.
The April 6th post by Trinidad Police calls what Combs wrote false information that creates fear, panic, or unnecessary emergency response within a community, eventually charging Combs with felony false alarm or report.
I feel like this is an extreme stretch.
So here inside Trinidad City Hall, the water looks clean, but some say it's a fluid situation depending on where you're at and when.
By the way, is anyone going to point out how much of a fucking mockery from God this is? This is not going to go well for the MAGA folks, because they're immediately going to seize on this and go, guys, you want to know how I have proof that God loves white people more than black people? When the water is white or clear, everyone loves it, right? If there's white in it, there's minerals in it, it's healthy water, or clear, even when it's running there, it looks white. It's great. It's amazing. Everybody wants it inside of them. Soon as you even get the hint of brownness in the water, everyone wants it thrown out, right? Everyone wants it, something done, So this is weird. It's like God's inherent way of saying that white or clear is more valuable and better than brown and black. I don't support that. I don't believe that, but these folks are going to jump right on. I can hear them now. That leads back to an old cliche joke. How do we know that God likes white more than brown? Well, when you have an orgasm, you ejaculate, and out of you comes this white fluid. It's euphoric and it's magical. Out of your rear end comes feces, which is brown or black, and you want to get it out of the room as quick as possible because it stinks. Yes, if you go to MAGA-tard rallies and conservatard rallies, they will be telling old hacky racist jokes like this. But it makes you wonder, like that one song.
How would you describe the city's water situation right now?
The city's water situation is a struggle, without question.
Trinidad Mayor Dennis Hawes does not dispute that they have water issues.
A lot of this stuff is original pipes that were put in here in Trinidad in the 50s, probably. We have to get to a position where we can fix that infrastructure, and it's very expensive, as I'm sure you can imagine.
On Wednesday, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality confirmed to Fox 4 that it received a complaint regarding the water quality and an investigation is ongoing. It's unclear whether anyone has gotten sick from the water.
I've seen some Facebook posts where people have said they have gotten sick, but to me personally, I haven't heard anything.
In a post on May 10th, Trinidad Police Chief Charles Gregory doubled down on his decision to arrest Combs, calling the case cut and dry. He says claims citizens were hospitalized due to bacteria in the water are simply false and have only caused unnecessary fear and confusion in our community.
I really haven't seen anything like this before, David.
SMU constitutional law professor Dale.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Should I even listen to the constitutional law scholar Tard? What did he just say? He just said something that
Really haven't seen anything like this before, David.
SMU constitutes confusion in our community.
I really have.
Right. That's what got me. This idea that we need these experts understand the absolute exact amount of fear and panic we need to keep everything moving and prosperous and successful. Too little, everything stops moving and fails. Too much, same thing. Just the right amount of panic, deception, fear, and chaos, okay? Please, Patty on Facebook, don't upset that delicate balance by reporting that your water looks like Joe Cool, okay? We already know. They know. Either we know and don't care, or we know and we're working on it. We're working on it. I'm getting reelected this year, okay? Fucking Patty on Facebook. Everything was fine. So they got brown water, whatever. They say the water looks like Joe Cool, whatever. It's fine up here. It's clear up here. I don't know what the problem is. She's got to get on Facebook, this broad. That's why we can't have nice things. All right. Sovereign, we did that rap a couple days ago. You fools are arguing like you always do. Left, right. Are the men better? Are the women better? This is what the chimpanzees do. It's like, you know, it's this and that every time. So can't be a sovereign citizen. If you're a citizen, you can't be sovereign. Yeah, you can't be sovereign if you're a citizen. The only way to be sovereign is if you're not a citizen. You can't be sovereign as a citizen or not a citizen, because the sovereign is the supreme authority. And that is not you, actually, in case you're wondering. It's not you. It's not your life coach. It's not Neil Gorsuch. Okay. It's not Eric Beauchene. Close, but not all the way. Time to get a clue, folks. One more, two more. We'll see. Keep it rolling. Crown Colony controlled by banksters. Ooh. This has a conspiratorial vibe to it. Even the thumbnails like brings me back. Has a nostalgic aspect to it. This brings me back to the days of Kerry Cassidy and the leopard suit with a leopard hat. There was a leopard somewhere. Right, there was a leopard, a cheetah, some kind of spotted animal. Hold on, we're divining here, we're tapping in. Leopard, cheetah, some type of spotted animal. Joe Cool with spots, what? Sorry, my inner Patty racist came out there. Happens once in a while. Plus, I know Joe Cool like laughs, but also gets slightly triggered because that slave DNA comes up in him. He sees me as a white man, so I can't help myself. I'm so mischievous, so bad, Paulie boy. Yeah, Kerry Cassidy, the big hat with the other guy in the big hat with the walking cheetah and the jazz music, the trumpet, the saxophone. And then it would like fade in, and then you get this.
State was officially created in 1982. That city-state is called the District of Columbia and is located on 10 square miles of land in the heart of Washington. The District of Columbia flies its own flag and has its own independent constitution. Although geographically separate, the city-states of London, the Vatican, and the District of Columbia are one interlocking empire called Empire of the City. The flag of Washington's District of Columbia has 3 red stars, one for each city-state in the 3-city empire. This corporate empire of 3 city-states controls the world economically through London's inner city, militarily through the District of Columbia, and spiritually through the Vatican. The Constitution for the District of Columbia operates under a tyrannical Roman law known as Lex Fori.
With the fasci symbol and all the rest of it, but there is dual jurisdiction. We prove that, so don't let these videos make you think you're just a slave and powerless. You can't get remedy. No, that's the danger in these videos, because you start to think you're going up against the Vatican and all the rest of it, and forget about all that. It's true on some level. By the way, you know how you know something's true or true enough? More than likely true, if nothing else, probable. More than anything else they tell you. Why does United States Corporation fight all the wars all around the world? Why is it all over the world fighting all these wars? For who? For what? Because she just said right there, Washington, D.C. as a corporation is the military arm of the trifecta. And there's always something behind that, something behind that, something behind that, over to the metaphysical side, right? So, yeah, that's why United States Corporation, that used to be America, is the world's police here. Because they are the military arm of this banking religious cabal, which, again, interestingly enough, made a claim back in 1302 that they own all the souls here under presumption and assumption, unum sanctum, I believe it is. And that's cool. That's a papal bull. That's a guy in a costume. He made a claim. I know he's powerful and all that. Still a claim. How they do everything they do, another way they get jurisdiction is through that. You don't ever rebut that presumption and assumption. You guys go and get communion and go get married with it and all the rest of it. Ask it to officiate your affairs. So freedom and rights is there and available for you if you acclaim it. If not, then the default claim is already on file. The Vatican and its three-pronged arm, which is inhabited by Lucifer, which the Masons admit and agree with in their literature, and we got them on tape saying it. Yeah, they're going to govern your ass. And I could argue as well that they should. They know evil when they see it because they are it. So when they find it, they govern it. They don't want any competition. Get over it. They're just better than you at what they do. Don't hate the player or the game. Just get good. Get good or get gone. It's the reality of it. How is it that they can make that claim when Jesus already provided salvation? Because again, Jesus' salvation was contingent. It was a conditional acceptance. Jesus' salvation was contingent upon everybody being as he was, doing as he did. God helps those who help themselves. You can't help yourself if you don't help yourself. So God can't help you, right? So again, this is back to that difference between unconditional love and conditional love. And all the bliss ninnies like to say that life's all about unconditional love. That's not how love works. There are conditions on it. You got to be respectable and honorable and good faith and blah, 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 all the able words, including love able. There is conditions on love ability, or the word love able would not be a word. So God loves you, but God can't love you because you don't love yourself. And a being that don't love his country, his rights, his freedom, his future, his children, his family, and all the rest of his duties and obligations doesn't love himself, life, and creation, and doesn't deserve the best of the best. See how that works? Deserve. Of serve. Deserve. You get what you deserve, what you're of service to. So, yeah, Jesus came to facilitate a salvation based on what everyone does and doesn't do. And then based on what they do and don't do, because faith without works is dead, obviously dictates the results and what we all deserve. Mr. Wizard, I'm sure, knows that, unless he's had a change of heart. I don't seem to remember him being a Jesus saves guy without any cause and effect component on the ground, right? At least to some extent. Right.
Which bears no resemblance to the U.S. Constitution. When Congress passed the Act of 1871, it created a separate corporate government for the District of Columbia. This treasonous act allowed the District of Columbia to operate as a corporation outside the original Constitution of the United States and outside of the best interests of American citizens. Corporation of the United States. Like Canada and Australia, whose leaders are prime ministers of the Queen and whose land is called Crown Land, The United States is just another crown colony. A third city-state was officially created in 1982. That city-state is
Just another crown colony as a corporation. That's why Donnie, the president of that corporation, goes to England and bows before his queen that your daddies fought a war to separate from and not be subservient to. We come full circle. Right, we got a new party. Why not? Life's a party. We're all a party to the slavery. Why not throw a slave party? Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are suddenly talking about a third party. We'll come back to this. I got to get up. I have to relieve myself. And I will come back and get back to that. We got Donnie in the Oval Office. I don't want that. We got a breaking news as of a week or so ago, so it's not really breaking news, but they're fulfilling the fake attacks on the ships and blaming Iran. More and more of that. Oh, yeah, this is good. Let's do Rubio. He's going to tell us all about how now they went from Venezuela to Iran and Syria and all the rest to we need to take Cuba now because scary, scary terrorism and other scary stuffs.
Have you back. Thank you so much.
Glad to be back. It's been a while.
There's so much to talk about, but I want
Safety,
to start with
actually.
Cuba. This has been of particular interest to the State Department right now. You guys released a 100-page report on Cuba, calling it the capital of 21st century communism. And this report talks about the fact that Cuba's goal essentially is to erase the United States from the earth. It also details a Cuban spy network that's been undermining American interests. How did we get to a place where Cuba has been?
Now, what do we learn, people? Employ Paulie on slaves rubric for how to get the truth out of people who you know they're lying because their mouth is moving. What did she just project? It's confession through projection. She just said that Cuba's the hub of essentially collectivism, say communist collectivism essentially, and that it's their main goal to destroy United States corporation. Just take that and reverse it back on the person talking, and it's more true for them than it is the person they're talking about. It is United States corporation's goal to bring collectivism to the whole world, obviously, as we see, uniting with Israel and all the rest to head the new world order. United States corporation is the biggest threat to United States corporation to destroy it and take it off the face of the earth. It's doing a great job. It is $40 trillion in debt and insolvent for the next 80 years. If you didn't spend $1 and put all the GDP back into the debt, it would take you 80 years to satisfy it. While your currency is not a currency backed by nothing, right? So that's you. That's where Sade has to do her stuff. Every time. It's every fucking time.
It feels like again to the United States.
I think for those who have followed the issue of Cuba, or this is not unfamiliar to us, but to the average American, you see Cuba, small country, 90 miles off our shores, 9.5 million people population. What people forget that when it comes to things like espionage and influence operations, they actually are an influence and espionage superpower.
That is you.
Cuba is the only country that consistently has implanted and embedded spies in our system without even paying them. We had an ambassador, a U.S. ambassador, who ended up being a Cuban spy and was recently convicted. We've had them penetrate the highest levels of defense intelligence agencies.
Yeah, they're desperate. They're rabid. They're going into 2030, Great Reset, and they're shoring everything up. They're in a mass grab. Greenland, give us Greenland. Give us Cuba. Give us fucking Syria. Give us Iran. Give us Venezuela. Give it all. They got to get everybody under that one umbrella, right? And they're going to use the same bullshit lines. If it ain't terrorism, it's drugs. If it ain't drugs, it's illegals. If it ain't illegals, it's communista. Every fucking time while they're doing all of it more than all of them. Here it is. We see the trends. We chart it. We call it out. We're ahead of the curve here. While we're censored and shadow banned, we give you everything they don't give you when they're on 24/7, 365. You'll never hear it. You'll never see it. You never get it. And they're never right long term. It's never true. It's always a lie. We're 8 out of 10 here. We're right every time, 8 out of 10 times. I always tell the truth even when I lie, see?
Ana Belén Montes was one of the single biggest intelligence failures on the part of the United States and one of the biggest penetrations we ever had in our system. So, and then on the influence front, if you look all throughout Latin America, every
anything about those Epstein files?
Destabilized governments across the region.
Anyone see any files around here? Anybody gone through them? We're going to go through them. Anything about that? No?
From a Cuban
right, Cuba's our biggest threat
now. So it was
an
important report just to highlight the role they play in our country, a very negative role.
The report also links Cuban influence to the rise of Antifa, the riots that we saw in 2020, as well as the surge of radical activism that we've seen all over these college campuses. To the average person, those things, I think, feel generally organic, but it turns out there are a lot of different powers, Cuba being one of them, that are influencing all of these things day to day.
It's the same network.
Oh my God, they're fucking lying so hard right now.
On the streets burning things in 2020.
So let me get this straight. It's not Bill Gates, Fauci, the banker cabal, Kissinger, Soros, the Rockefellers, the Fords, the ones who funded the Holocaust and the Nazis, eugenicism over and over again. Oh, it's not them. It's Cubans and their damn cigars. Good thing we banned them a long time ago. There could be terrorism in the fucking cigar. This is beyond laughable, and they're going to buy it, and they're going to push it, and they're going to tell me I'm an idiot when I don't sign on with it, like they always do. I'll never stop being fascinated by this here. Don't look for it. It's not happening. I've had to accept it about me. I'll never stop being fascinated by this. It's so easy. This is why I should just go sign up and do what they do. And then you'll go, is that Paulie boy on the news? He got a position. I go, the communism's really bad over there, Jill. We got to do something about it. And no, I'm not making a ton of money to tell you this right now. What are you saying? Come on. This is about safety. And I just look at everyone and they immediately know it doesn't matter what I just said because everything I did before and what it is doesn't matter what I did. I just got paid to say that. We know I don't believe that. It's completely comical at this point. And now I'm trolling in slavery and genocide because you all want it and you're going to buy it. You're now they're going to be shooting citizens, asking for papers, please, and doing Holocaust Nazism to try to find the Cubans and their cigars. And 85% of my Facebook is tomorrow's going to wake up and go, there's Cubans under my bed and they're coming for our rights and freedom. I go, I think it's the people in the Epstein files, maybe, possibly. I think maybe it's them. This is so great. This is so beautiful in its ugliness. It's so great in its disempowerment.
And flip it around and they become the pro-Hamas protesters and they flip it around and within 48 hours of Maduro's arrest have pre-printed signs outside the courthouse demanding his release. And then they're out there doing the ICE stuff, attacking ICE agents. There's nothing organic about it. It is funded, it is organized, and Cuba is a part of that network and in some cases a critical part of that network. And it's a network they will weaponize against us. And they talk about it openly about how they will use that network to pressure American policymakers, not just here in the United States like Code Pink, but all over the world.
Critics of this report, of course, are saying, oh, well, these are scare tactics to potentially justify some U.S. military action against Cuba. It sounds like this is something we should take seriously, and this report sounds very real.
Everything in there is factual, and frankly, I don't think they can dispute it. People can argue that we shouldn't do with it, and I know there are plenty of people in American academia and frankly in American press that sympathize with the Cuban regime and have for a very long time. Part of it is motivated by their anti-Americanism, and part of it is motivated by ideological affinity. There are enough people in key nodes of our society, including professors, but frankly, in the past, we've seen people within our own government that sympathize with the Cuban regime. It's the way they get spies without paying them. But it doesn't mean we can ignore this threat. Put aside for a moment my history, the fact that I'm Cuban American,
little
the fact that I
Marco.
grew up in Miami. This is 90 miles from our shores. A failed state 90 miles from our shores that happens to be aligned with adversaries to the United States is a national security.
Did I just hear that right? Because I walked off and came back. Did I just hear that right? Did she just like do the gaslighting again? Some folks might say that you're just trying to set up Cuba to take over them. What would you say to that? Well, you know, a lot of these people are anti-American, Jill. And, you know, it's like me doing a bit here. They're literally, he's looking you in the face while I like the bits that I do. He's like, you know, if you don't sign on with this slavery and genocide, you're really anti-American. And we know how many of you are anti-American. Like when I do the bit about how you must hate America and children and women and black people. He's doing that right now with a straight face. I can't believe how they get it done. Oh, we know there's a lot of people around this place who are like sympathetic. You ever seen that obese character in a trailer? No, because we censored and shadow banned him. And well, you shouldn't. He's horrible. Terrible person. He's terrorizing people as well. Yeah, we know there's a lot of fucking Cuban sympathizers around here. I'm going to do a broadcast tomorrow. Oh, I might just have to do a broadcast tomorrow or next week. I have so many ideas. I never do any of them. Mostly because I'm lazy and cheap. No matter how much funding there is, I'm lazy and cheap. And because it's hard for me to keep any inspiration in this world, especially when I'm dying of obesity. But we're working on that. Our best people are on that to keep us safe here at Unslavious Industry. I may have to do the next broadcast dressed up as a complete Cuban with the whole room with Cuban regalia. Like, I'm just going to look up anything Cuban sandwiches. I don't even know what that, I think that, what is that, Swiss? I don't even like Swiss cheese, but whatever. We'll go with it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Cuban everything, man. Cigars, Cuban sandwiches, bongos, Cuban women. That's pretty much all I got for reference. Anything else Cuban? Is Patron Cuban? Someone knows something else that's Cuban. We'll have that. Whatever else it is, we'll have that here. And we can do a whole Cuban sympathizing broadcast where we come out as absolute fucking communist terrorists. Because we don't want U.S. corporation to take over all the nations as hubs so they can continue endless wars on everyone with Israel and the bankers. Yeah, fuck it. I've signed on. I'm pretty sure that I declared myself to be a jihadi caliphate Muslim at one point. Just because why not? Like, they were calling me a terrorist on Vice, saying that I wanted rights and freedom. And they put me into Vice. And then at the same time, they were saying Muslim terrorists are like me, doing what I'm doing. So then I just came right the fuck out and said, all right, fine. I'm a goddamn Muslim jihadi caliphate creature. Fuck you, I don't care. And then we did an hour of war chants, Muslim war chants. And it turns out in the Muslim war chant, when I translated it, it was everything about you slaves and how they hate you. They don't hate you. They realize that you're terrible people and you're lying on everyone and that everything good and great's going to go away if they let you do what you're doing. It's literally in every song. I go, wow, that's powerful. Turned out this is what I mean by the bit and on bit. I did a bit about me being a Muslim jihadi caliphate creature terrorist. And then I went and listened to the song that I resonated with and translated it, and it agreed with everything I was saying here. I was this is why these people are geniuses and they really are keeping you safe. I was a fucking Muslim terrorist and didn't even know it. Sitting here ranting all day, every day. I'm growing my beard out, talking about God and infidels. I didn't know. I didn't think I was a Muslim. It turned out when I researched the music and what's in there, they're writing all the songs as Muslim terrorists about U.S. corporation, the infidels, Shaitan, and the Great Awakening. And I went, holy crap. It caused me to pause and reflect. I went, holy crap. Rubio knows more about me than I know about myself. He's now doing a reverse non-cast on me. What I Spanish or Latino, you're automatically Mexican. You know how many El Salvadorians I met who wanted to shave my face off with a pocket knife? Yes, it's stereotypical, but it's kind of true. A lot of them carry knives. Okay? I'm going to say it. Yeah, we would just regularly go, you're Mexican, right? Or we don't even ask. We just go, yeah, this Mexican guy over here. And they're like, I'm Peruvian. And we're like, what? You know, I do remember about a good year and a half straight where like every broadcast seemingly, it's what it felt like. Even I would have internet the whole time. And when I would go to start, that is a thing because people talk about it all the time, right? So, but I'm gonna presume that maybe it's just what I always presume, right? Like I just go, this is probably just a technical issue. Nothing to worry about. Right. So we may have to try to shut her down for the time being. I have 2 to 500 megabyte per second connection hardwired in. I can't any more internet over here, and the fucking trailer's gonna take off and become its own rocket, and I'll be next to Elon out there in the orbit. Any more fucking bandwidth coming out of here, and this thing's gonna lift off the ground, right? So I don't know what to tell you guys. Just like I don't know what to tell you that I have a 23,000 person channel and can't get more than 15 live viewers. I'm sure it's because I just suck so bad. I mean, I see who else is out here talking, right? I can get paranoid and get a little weird sometimes. That's a me thing. Yeah, I don't, even that, like, and then I have this thing, like, I swear I gotta start. When I go into my Starlink, I have a weird thing that happens. I need to look it up before I say something, because someone who knows something will say there's just paranoia, and this proves everything else you're saying is false, because you don't even understand how Starlink works. I go in there to look at devices, and I'm watching multiple devices connecting to my thing in the middle of the desert, and I go, that's kind of weird. There I go again. I'm so weird and wild. They're like unknown, unavailable, hidden IP devices connecting, and there's like 5 and 10 of them. And then they disappear and they come back. I go, why does all this stuff happen around me? Why can't I just? And it's like then I'm supposed to go, oh, I know why. But then if I say that and feel that, I'm crazy and paranoid, and that might be true. That's why it's important to don't isolate. Reach out to a local friend or family member, even if they're a slave, and check in with them. See how they're doing. Ask them about their Starlink. Pretend to care about what's going on in their life so you can ask them about Starlink. Say, hey, by any chance, you got like 5 random devices that connect to you, and then when you go to look at them, disappear and then come back, and then seem to affect what's going on, and it seems like other things are connecting to it in the middle of the desert. And Paul unsettled. No, that's the thing. I mean, maybe to an extent, how unsettled can I really be when my whole life, at one point, I turned to my father and my family and I went, are you guys going to like kill me at some point here? Or I really got to that point where they kept projecting onto me and saying I was so bad and wrong for not wanting to comply and cooperate with them while I wanted to get high to kill the pain. And they would take me to mental institutions and call me sick and crazy and all the rest of the shit. One day I was smoking the dust, and they were like, let's get in the car and go somewhere. And the vibe was off. And I'm like, this is going to be the night, isn't it? I've always suspected that I was the one that you never really, you wanted a child, but you didn't expect this. And that one of these days you're going to see if you can kind of just get rid of it on an off day. And maybe no one will know about it. Like, yeah, it got to that level. Like, that's unsettling. The fact that I remember that, like, a lot of trauma here. That's unsettling. Being in the backseat of the car with your father and your uncle driving and getting off the back of like 5 years straight of every day fighting and arguing like animals, and them saying you're crazy, you're sick, bringing you to mental institutions, putting you on drugs, you getting locked up, them blaming you for their losing their rights and whatever with the cops and whatever I've talked about going on. At some point you go, these people really don't like me or really want to have to love me or be a part of my life. Like, I'm a burden to them, and they seem to hate me because they yell and scream at me and call me names like every day, no matter if just for being, just living and existing. And I go, one of these days, like on one of these rides, they're going to take me somewhere and just drop me off or let me go or do away with me. And then that'll be the end of their problem. That's pretty fucked up and sick. Come to think of it. Might explain why I'm always on the lookout for people like this and what they're up to. Sometimes I find them. Turns out they're running your culture and society. No, what it was is that was my paranoia. They don't want to kill me. They just wanted to keep me safe. Just forget all my crazy ideas and beliefs and what I want and need here and just do everything they say and not be so much of a problem for them. Right? I went to the next level, like they were going to kill me or have me put in a mental institution forever or whatever. No. I overly sensationalized. They just want me to completely depersonalize and detach from who and what I am and the God within me. Just do whatever they say and be their slave here. That's it. I was way overblown with it, right? Right, let's get back. I don't know where we at. Sometimes I use this broadcast, especially in the wee hours, as a form of therapy. I reveal some candid aspects of myself and my early years and upbringing, right? Just to kind of reflect on them and process them and look at them again in a different way, right? Let's get back. We got to take Cuba now because much like my family members, they don't want to hurt Cubans in Cuba. They want to keep them safe. And we're going to have to control them and direct them and tell them to do everything we say in order to get that done is what's going on here. Okay. Don't get alarmed, guys. Get uppity.
And around the world can go in and safely invest and create prosperity. Ultimately, you have to have transition. At some point in time, there has to be legitimate elections at every level so that people know that the government that's there is a legitimate government chosen by their people. Step one towards that is the national reconciliation. This is a people that have been divided politically for a very long time against each other. And you're going to have to look at models like what you saw happen in Eastern Europe after the fall of the Soviet Union. And I think the role the U.S. government can continue to play is as a facilitator.
That's great.
You've been
So
outspoken.
Castro started doing the thing that everyone else does because everyone here does what everyone else does without fail. So we're going to do that here now, too. Let me start one right now. Okay. Thank you for that. Normally, I might yell at you. Tell you why you're coming over here to get me started up with that slave, but I'm in a pretty jovial and jolly mood tonight. Why not? And again, this is one of the first times in a couple of years that I'm relatively pain-free. So joy is available. What should our goal be here? Should our goal? We're going to do a new thing on our broadcast. We're going to set a goal. $1 million, like Dr. Evil. There we go. All right. So new thing we're doing, because we do what everyone else does. Actually, that's not good enough. That kind of sucks. Not the amount, but donation goal. There we go. We got to make it clear what's going on here. Donation goal, $1 million. I mean, I think that's fucking, quite frankly, I think potentially with what I do and what it represents and where it could go, that's way fucking low. That's way low. That's being way underpaid here. Okay. And it makes sense. What's his donation goal over there? Like 15, 20 grand for that bitch ass motherfucker to lie, cheat, steal, not do what he signed up to do, dishonor and bad faith, be a slave. If he wants 15 or 20 grand, what should my donation goal be? At least $1 million. We're talking about and showing people freeing themselves on some level, not all the time, everywhere. Nothing's silver bullet guaranteed, but pretty fairly repeatable. You know, having power and getting results at court, not being cowards, going past their fear into faith. What is that worth? What is that worth? If DeCastro's going to get another 100 grand to lie and fake cry at court, if Nicki Minaj is going to get another $1 million to shake her fucking diaper ass and perform some horrible non-music. By the way, it's getting worse and worse. There's some new broad out there. This black broad looks like Nicki Minaj, and she's got one song, and they're all clamoring over it. And the song is like, "My daddy died. I prophesied amazing light," and it just absolute fucking, as the man here came yesterday to insult me, dribble, as he called it. I had to correct him. The word is drivel. Okay, dribble is what comes out of your mouth because you're autistic You can barely speak or exist without your idols and heroes, who are moronic, by the way. Almost zero talent or ability at this point. Right. New donation goal, $1 million. And you're getting the best of the bargain. Because a lot of these other slaves around here are getting that and more over 5 or 10 year period of time. And they do absolutely nothing to garner any of it, really. If we're being honest. If I'm being honest with you. Who sings that one? I don't know. One-on-one with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We got to get back. I got to get to
for
this.
many years about the threat from China. President Xi, of course, is going to come visit here in Washington, D.C. in September. You've had to sit across the table, though, from China's foreign minister. You've had to, negotiate and talk on America's behalf. How have you found in this role negotiating with Beijing?
On the one hand, all the things that China wants to become the most powerful country in the world, and they want to do so at our expense. Obviously, we are Americans. We're not going to allow that to happen. At the same time, they are the two most powerful economies in the world, probably the two most powerful militaries in the world, although ours is further along than theirs, but nonetheless. And I think it's important for two big countries like this, the two most powerful countries, have to have a relationship, have to have the ability to speak to one another and try to deconflict where possible, because it could lead to some really bad things. The foundation of that is the relationship that President Trump has with President Xi, which is a relationship of mutual respect, and they get along. And that really is important, that our two presidents can speak to one another. And it's okay. I think it's almost irresponsible, by the way, to not have direct communications with the Chinese. We want stability in our relationship. Both sides, I think, recognize that there are areas where we're not going to agree, and including areas where we're going to have to compete. Now, there are areas we can work together on. That's phenomenal, fantastic for the world. But I think there's going to be a lot of areas of friction and competition. We have to manage that at the same time as we have to have a relationship with them, but we always have to look out for what's best for America.
Well, it seems like China's been on their best behavior, knowing that President Trump is in the White House. But a lot of people believe that they may be just biding their time in terms of possibly taking over Taiwan. What do you say to that?
Well, I can't speak 20 or 30 years from now. I can say that our position is we don't support any change to the current status quo that exists there right now. We would be against any sort of compelled or coerced change in status. That point was made very clear in our meetings with the Chinese. Obviously, they have a very different point of view. It's a very sensitive issue for them. So again, it's part of that delicate balancing act. Because look, any conflict between the US and China, be it economic or be it military, God forbid, would be catastrophic for both countries and for the world. So we have to manage that, but we can't walk away or forfeit our national interests. So this is the hard work of foreign policy, and it requires every administration to sort of balance these two competing tugs against us.
Well, we hear a lot about tensions with China. We hear a lot about tensions with Russia, with Iran daily. I think Americans probably at some point get very overwhelmed because, unfortunately, the good stuff doesn't make it out there often enough. What would you say, though, about the stability of the world right now, given you're in your position, the president is who he is?
I think the world has always been complicated and tricky. I think the difference now is if something happens halfway around the world in a place you've never heard about before, and it's really dramatic, you're going to hear about it almost instantaneously. I think the world is also going through a period of rapid transformation. I mean, there is clearly a geopolitical reordering that is occurring, and I've talked about this repeatedly. We are, after the end of the Cold War, everybody thought the whole world was just going to become free enterprise democracies and everyone would get along and nation states would no longer matter. And unfortunately, we made decisions in our foreign policy on that ridiculous basis that actually caused us to hurt our country. We started saying things like, we don't care where things are made, let it be made in another country as long as it's cheaper prices for America. And it ended up deindustrializing our country and costing us millions of jobs. So what you see President Trump doing now is rebalancing those things on the economy using tariffs, on geopolitics using our presence in the world, especially in the Western Hemisphere, our own area, neighborhood that we live in. And then, of course, there are legacy threats like the Iranian threat of a nuclear program, which can never happen. The president's been very clear about that. So you have all the old threats plus the emerging new ones, and they're all happening at the same time, and they're happening faster than they ever have before. And it'll be the work of this administration, but it'll be the work of future administrations. Some of these things are going to take decades to work themselves out.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows.
All right. I think I might leave it there. Breaking news. Yeah. All right. Yeah, there's always more up there. Doesn't matter how much we get to. No matter how much we do, there's always more left. Undone. So, Ray Dalio on the AI bubble. Nearing 1929 levels. Oh, Ray Dalio, the expert. The expert, after 10 years of me and others forecasting the obvious, now wants to come out and say, oh, as Rubio is saying, oh, there's a radical restructuring going on. You mean a great reset? So, yeah. Ray Dalio, we'll go over that announcement. Maybe next time. Tomorrow, maybe. We'll see how it goes. All right, folks. Lex Anima reminds us, stay 6 feet apart for safety. We need you safe and healthy for the next broadcast. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. And like, share, subscribe, restream. And what else? I think that's pretty much it. Return of the White Gorilla on the way out. Gorilla Gems production. Ciao.
Back in the lab through that crack screen glow. White gorilla on the mic like a blacksmith blow. Proper instruction on the air for 1,000 nights. Every sunrise still swinging, realigning they sights. I was talking about freedom, they was talking about fame. I was talking about spirit, they was counting they change. Agents in the comments, trolls in the feeds. But you can't cuff God, you can't cage what's free. Return of the white gorilla. They tried change, tried darts, tried slander and filler. But the word came wild, straight flame God's river. You can't stop what's forever, it's bigger, it's bigger. Proper instruction on the line every day. Through the doubt, through the drought I stay. They threw mud, through noise, through shade at my name. But the infinite voice still cut through the game. Yeah, every broadcast they wanted war in the wires. They was spamming up the chats, I was fanning up fires. Laughing at the smear, I done heard it all twice. If they crucify truth, what they gon' do to advice? I ain't bowed to the sponsors, ain't been to the trends. Spoke life to the lonely, put steel in their spines again. Haters pray that I break, that the stream will go blank. But the source never sleeps and I drink from that tank. Through thick and thin, I stay on cold. Blood in my throat, but I stayed on gold. They wanted me silent, wanted me tame, but I carry what's endless, you can't box that name. Return of the white gorilla. They tried change, tried darts, tried slander and filler. But the word came wild, straight flame God's river. You can't stop what's forever, it's bigger, it's bigger. Proper instruction on the line every day. Through the doubt, through the drought I stay. They threw mud, through noise, through shade at my name. But the infinite voice still cut through the game.
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Donald T, can't you see? Can't you see? You belong with me, endless ecstasy. Yeah.
We have losers. We have losers.